Alright, and we're live. So today, we are gonna continue our playthrough of Kara no Shoujo, the second episode, also known as The Shell Part 2 Purgatorio. And yeah, yesterday, we were basically having our first proper session back in the present time, aka 1957. And what we witnessed there, was a lot of things actually. We did start off with, I believe, well, that was still in the session the day before yesterday, but we started off with that whole situation where Masaki, the guy that we were introduced to at the very start of the game, had a suicide attempt, and he was transported to the hospital because Yukari noticed him in the park injured. And so he was brought there, and Reiji was becoming his blood donor because he had O-type blood, and and as you know, it's like you're like an universal donor as an O-type. And afterwards, I think we already had our first new murder, I suppose. We also investigated the previous one a little bit regarding Mayu Kamizono, the nurse, with who Masaki had an argument, and consequently he was like suspected of actually being a suspect in the case. And but that was quickly disproven by Reiji himself because he was like taking sleeping pills in the hospital, and then during the time when the murder took place, he couldn't have possibly been awake. So that was so he had a solid alibi, and we investigated that a little bit further, like what kind of connection she had with Masaki, and what Reiji basically found out was she did have like a little bit of interest in him, which we know was because of that picture she brought over to him, and which also made Masaki freak out. And Reiji also found out that, well, Masaki was a patient of Rokushiki back in the days, but only for a short period of time. And he seems to have come to the conclusion, Reiji, that Masaki is somehow involved in this case. Well, yeah, that is all fine and well, but we don't really know ourselves yet why he came to the conclusion exactly. It just kind of fit the whole picture because, Yaginuma said something like, it couldn't have been the guy that we previously suspected because he was in a coma. And I guess Reiji knew about this dude being in a coma, so that was maybe a connection that tied the things together. And of course, also he committed that suicide attempt just briefly after that thing with the nurse happened. But yeah, we don't really have a strong connection yet. And the big thing we did touch upon yesterday was, of course, the second murder, and that concerned one. I'm not exactly sure. I think Mizuki something or other Itose, if I'm not remembering that correctly. She was living a simple life and was actually a member of the not Congregation of the Blessed. That was the former name of the organization, but we're gonna get to that in a second. She was a member of the Blessed Congregation, which apparently was a successor to Senri, which made an appearance in the prequel to the whole Kara no Shoujo series. Or, well, I guess it's a standalone game, but let's not go too far off path here. And Senri itself originated from the Congregation of the Blessed, which one of the Shigusas apparently found it, and, we had that whole backstory, and the Shigusas were a central family in that. So we're not entirely sure what that is all about, the organization. Reiji tried to investigate it a little bit together with Toji, which also makes an appearance in Katagra. And, yeah, she's back in full force, being a good waifu. And yeah, that's pretty much where we stand at the moment. There's, of course, been a little bit of development with the Opa Academy girls as well. Hey there, Colonel Moss, good to see you. And yeah, Yukari was convinced Yukiko to join the art club, and they hung out a little bit together and did some activities. Yeah, and Yukiko still doesn't remember Kohane, who claims that they have known each other from childhood. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, there was, I guess, one more thing I could mention, which is the whole deal with with the book. Yukiko was reading the book of Shin Katsuragi, which, you know, is like a central figure in the first game, and also is to some extent in this game, because Kuchiki Toko is still missing, and he's responsible for that. And she was kind of feeling sympathetic towards the main character of the story, who is basically Shin Katsuragi, because it's like a semi-autobiography. But okay, that's pretty much, long story short, what we saw yesterday. I say short, but we're almost at the 7-minute mark already, but yeah. There's a lot going on in this game, so of course, we need to recap this, so we're all on the same page. Right. Anywho, where were we exactly? Okay, I returned to Shinjuku after investigating all around the city. Unfortunately, I hadn't turned up anything noteworthy. Okay, where to? Oh yeah, did we look through all of that stuff yesterday? I looked through that one. This one as well, I think. I don't know, I'm pretty sure we decided on one of these outcomes, but I'm not sure which one exactly. Is it this one? Okay, we haven't read that one yet, apparently. Have we read any of the other ones? Maybe not. Let's try Ueno Station first. Ueno Station was dyed with twilight. My mouth watered at the scrumptious aromas wafting from nearby restaurants. Most of the food stalls also appear to be doing quite well for themselves. Maybe I'll get something for Yukari. However, the Oden and Yakitori stalls were crowded, meaning they'd probably have a long wait. Is there anywhere that's not so packed? Suddenly my eyes locked onto a corner of the station square. There was a stall right there with no line at all. The only one in Ueno that could lay such a claim. I stopped in my tracks and checked it out. It's that guy again. It was a takoyaki stall. My gaze met that of the old man running the place. There was a glint in his eyes. He had the look of a man who cheated death time after time. It was little wonder that everyone was steering clear of a guy like him. Hell, even I wanted to buy from anyone but him. Despite that, I couldn't take my eyes off the old man. It felt like the skewer in his hand would come darting right for me if I so much as looked away from him for a single moment. I approached him reluctantly. No, that word didn't even begin to describe the spine-tingling chill I felt. The scent of savory sauce soared from the stall. However enticing as it was, this old man didn't have so much as a single customer. This whole thing is fishy. Unfortunately, I couldn't turn back now. Not when the stand was just a hop, skip, and a jump away. A nearby poster caught my eye. 10 takoyaki for 30 yen. Damn, that's cheap. Pretty decent price, all things considered. Then again, it was also a sign of how prices had gone up, since it would have only been 10 yen for 10 takoyaki just half a decade or so ago. Man, they're complaining about those prices? Nice problem to have. I mean, even adjusted for inflation, that's probably next to nothing. Hey, old man, I'll take 10. Coming right up. The old man started cooking with a guttural grunt. I furtively scanned the stall in the meantime. It was made from aged wood, and not the classy kind. There were various shrine talismans and flyers posted on it. Amongst them was one that read Takashiro Detective Agency. Guy sure as hell didn't slack off on promoting his business, huh? The flyer itself was rather ancient. Furthermore, the handwriting clearly wasn't Takashiro's own. His wife must have made it, if I had to guess. The address and phone number were outdated as well. There'd been no detective waiting for anyone who tried visiting the place now. So yeah, yesterday there was like already this conversation here at the stall where Toji like directed a woman looking for a detective towards Reiji. And that hasn't happened yet, that meeting, by the way. Hey, old man. This flyer is actually for an old friend's business, funny enough. But he's currently temporarily retired to live with his wife's family, so do you mind if I take it down? I addressed the man cooking at the grill. Kids these days, I swear every last one of them. The old man huffed and stopped what he was doing. There's a guy out there working his ass off in this crappy world, and you all want to shit all over that? Scumbag. That's the point though, he's not right now. Or at least not in his current location anyways. No, that's not what this is about, like, at all. A lady prattled off the same shit time earlier today, but you know, not a damn soul out there can steal a person's drive to work. I mean, I guess this guy's living proof of that, right? If he has had this takoyaki stall for ages, and is still, you know, going about his work, even though he's probably not selling that much. The old man had suddenly become rather loquacious. So much so that I seriously worried he was going to spit all over the grill. I'll let you take it down if you insist, but you'll wish you hadn't, you hear? What? When had I ever insisted? Why exactly had this turned into a death threat? The scariest part of it all was that I wouldn't have put it past this old man to make good on those words, even though we just met. No, I think I'll just leave it right there. Wasn't like this guy had many customers to see the flyer, probably anyway. Good, you've made a wise decision. The man nodded to himself and wrapped up an extra large portion of takoyaki. Come back soon. I left the station with the man's gloomy voice at my back. This dude. That night. Let's have a look at the other scenes that we can go through here. You know, I always like to do that because there's always a possibility that there's one that is more relevant for the actual investigation. I got off the train at Nakano and went to Kuchiki Hospital. The place was quiet and serene, likely because there were no patients in the waiting room, with it being a Sunday evening and all. However, the front entrance was locked, so I had to get in through the service entrance in the back. The inside was just as quiet as the outside. So quiet, in fact, that I didn't even notice someone coming up to me. Before I knew it, Michiru was right next to me, stuffed rabbit in hand. By the way, she had also like an episode yesterday where she was, she lost her fake eye and then clawed at her eye socket, so yeah, interesting stuff. Holy crap, do you need something? Nope. Yet she stayed with me regardless. Has she grown fond of me or something? A quick scan of my surroundings revealed neither hide nor hair of even a single nurse. Can't just leave her alone. Why don't we just have a seat? I plopped down onto a bench in the hallway. Michiru sat right next to me. Is that stuffed rabbit your friend? Carol? Her voice was like a whisper. Though she was probably around Yukari's age, the way she acted made her seem far younger, which likely contributed to why she was in the hospital. Michiru unwrapped the bandages around her wrist. Are you even allowed to take those off? I'm itchy. Bandages had fallen to her feet by that point. A moment later, the bare skin on her wrist was revealed. Several red lines were etched there. They were scars from where she'd slit her wrists. Shortly thereafter, Michiru scratched at the cuts. She wasn't doing it all that hard, so I figured it was alright, so as long as she didn't take it further. That said, half of her face was covered in bandages, so I knew I'd have to stop her if she tried to take those off as well. It won't stop itching. Michiru scratched her wrists harder. This is probably the point to step in and... Oh, Miss Shirosaki. The passing nurse frantically scurried over to us. How many times have I told you not to remove those? I didn't. And with that, she pointed at me for whatever reason. Oi, don't throw me under the bus like that, woman. Can't be doing that, sir. No, sorry. It was partly my fault for not stopping Michiru when I had the chance, so I figured I probably did owe her an apology. No, you don't. That was all her own doing. Though honestly, it made me feel like I'd been hoodwinked. Goodness me. The nurse rewrapped the bandages. Michiru simply sat back and let her do a job. You tore the scab off, so we'll have to disinfect the area. Okay. The nurse took Michiru away. Maybe she was just trying to get someone's attention. However, I highly doubted I'd get a straight answer to that, even if I asked. Yeah, true enough. Okay. Interestingly enough, there is like, we ended up at a different spot after that, compared to the first scene that we looked at. Okay, Kichijoji. Twilight had come to Kichijoji. The place was flooded with different crowds than usual, probably because it was a Sunday. Normally, the foot traffic in these parts consisted of only office workers and students, yet here I was, seeing families too. I'm hungry. Maybe I'll grab some croquettes before I head home. Ah, it's her again. Huh? A girl called out to me as I stood in front of the deli. Oh, hey, you're Yukari's friend, Tori Kohane. Right, that was it. Pretty sure Yukari introduced us, now that I thought about it. You here for some minced cutlets, too? Minced cutlets? I was thinking of getting some croquettes. Why is this place known for their minced cutlets? Sure are. There's always a line for them, even. Huh, never knew that. The line just thinned out, so why don't we seize the day? I got in line just as she suggested. Oh my god. Gotta say though, I never took you for the type who snacked on minced cutlets. I literally just said I was here for the croquettes. I figured it'd be a waste of time telling her that though, so I held my tongue. You know, you really do feel like a big brother. Well, I mean, I am Yukari's big brothers. Got any brothers yourself? Nah, but a friend of mine did. We used to play together all the time. He was like a real big brother to me. Huh. Wonder who that friend is. Honey looked up at me. At first I thought you were a lot like him, but you don't really look all that much alike. Maybe it's in your aurora though. You mean aura? Anyway, not sure about that, but I doubt he'd appreciate being compared to such an old fart. It's just your aurora, that's all. It's honestly scary that I can't tell if she's pulling my leg or not. Oh, it's our turn. I'll have 2 minced cutlets and you. 2 minced cutlets and 2 croquettes. It's on me. I stopped Kohane as she tried to produce her wallet. Huh? Wait, really? You're sure? Come on, this is nothing. Then, can I get some roast beef on top of that? Don't push your luck. Well, well. She always has a cheeky line to say, that one. Okay, let's have a look at the last one. Moon World. And then we decide which way we're gonna go. I dropped by Moon World. Oh, why hello there, Tokisaka. Kyoko was sweeping out front. You cleaning? And outside at that. Will pig sprout wings next? Oh hush, I always do this. Rarely this late, granted. She was swiping dead leaves off the ground. Seeing those is making me crave some baked sweet potatoes. What say we throw a party? Don't. You'll annoy my neighbors. I was just kidding. That being said, I actually do have some steamed potatoes. Would you like those instead? Can I have a little, I guess? Though I had no idea how well they went with coffee. I waited at the counter until Kyoko served me coffee and bite-sized pieces of steamed potato. Dig in. I used a fork to eat the potato. Wow, this thing's really sweet, huh? Potato was sweet to begin with. I figured, yeah. As for the coffee, I honestly couldn't tell if I liked the combination or not. You put these on the menu or something? Oh no, I just made it as a snack for myself. Gonna get fat if this is all you eat. Wow. Rude. Shut it. Kyoko leaned over the counter. Yeah, I guess you'd have some serious back problems if those got any bigger. I wanted to grab them, but fought back the urge. Something wrong? Nah, just waging a war against my libido. Uh-oh. Oh, no, never mind. I thought they were gonna do something lewd now, because the scene suddenly changed, but nope. Right, I don't know, it doesn't really matter, I think. None of that seemed like super crucial or anything, so let's just go with Takoyaki Dude, because that was kind of interesting, I guess. And that is different, actually, for whatever reason. That night... Takoyaki? I laid the takoyaki out on the table after dinner. It was 14 pieces in total. It's gonna be cold, but that shouldn't affect the flavor. True, let's see how it is then. I picked one up with a toothpick myself. Looked fine from what I could tell. Plus, a man as old as that guy probably had decades of skill behind his craft. With that thought in mind, I popped a piece into my mouth. I've had worse, but I also had better. Yukari uttered words that probably would have been better left unsaid. I was in total agreement though. It wasn't good or bad, just weird. I'm sure it tasted good fresh at the grill though. Oh, I highly doubt that. I had no proof, but of that I was certain. Okay. Oh yeah, they do like, whatever the other scene was, when you return from the other choices you make, was different than that one for sure. Kuchiki Hospital Monday morning. I pulled into the parking lot and parked. Many elderly people were filing into the waiting room. I weaved my way through them and headed for the inpatient ward. The wing was quiet as a mouse compared to the waiting room. Only a handful of people roamed the halls. And one of them was Michiro Shirosaki. Her wrist bandages had loosened and were dragging themselves across the floor. If that wasn't fixed, she'd probably trip and fall on them. She had to be stopped before it came to that. I scanned the area, but there were no nurses in sight. Guess I'll do it then. Not like I don't know her. I approached Michiro with that in mind. Oh. Michiru looked up once she noticed me. Hey there. Looks like your bandages are falling off. She presented me with her hands. The gruesome scars on her wrists were exposed. Come to think of it, that Masaki guy also slit his wrist, didn't he? Did it hurt? These cuts, I mean. I took her gingerly by the wrist and asked, "Nuh-uh, just itch." Michiru started picking away at her scars. In response, I gently locked her hand in place. You shouldn't do that, not when they're just starting to heal up. It'll reopen the wounds. But it still itches. Find something to keep your mind occupied, like... I know, here, take this. I put Michiru's stuffed rabbit into her grasp. Carol? I seized the opportunity to redress her bandages while she was distracted. The hospital had probably put them on to stop Michiru from scratching her scars. I took a peek at her face. Huh? There were still bandages wrapped around it. Those ones were probably in place to protect her fake left eye. That and her neck, in all likelihood. It wasn't long before I finished bandaging both her wrists. Michiru heaved a content sigh after checking out her wrists. Oh, good morning, Mr. Tokisaka. Koharu passed by us at that exact moment. Have you come for Mr. Masaki? Today was the day the guy was getting discharged. Though he towed the thin line between life and death for a while, he'd been doing fine ever since he woke up. By this point, his slit wrist had almost made a full recovery apart from some tendon pain. It was on those grounds that the hospital had decided to release him early, from what I'd heard anyway. He's currently going through discharge procedures, but unfortunately it seems he vacated his previous residence. Perhaps he was tying up all loose ends in his life since he'd planned to kill himself and all. I take it he quit his job too. It appears he was fired instead, but yes. You see, well, his boss told him he couldn't have a former murder suspect on his employee, so... Why is it Kamizono's case, huh? I think he already suspected that, but the guy did mention he hadn't any plans for after he got out of the hospital now that I thought about it. He'd most likely cause trouble again if left to his own devices. Not that I particularly cared what happened to him, but I didn't feel great knowing I was partly to blame for him losing his job. With my number and address down as his contact details, I've actually been meaning to hire an assistant, so this works out perfectly. Huh? But... he has to give his consent first, of course, but I bet I can win him over. I see. Very well. Koharu left. You have no home or job? No, we weren't talking about me. I waited outside for a bit until Masaki emerged with a small bag slung over his arm. Huh? What are you... Just get in. I interrupted Masaki and gestured to the passenger seat. Alright. Masaki hopped in without the slightest word of protest, much to my surprise. Where are we going? No need to be so tense. I'm not gonna eat you or anything. Grabbed some grub at a Chinese noodle joint near Nakano Station's south entrance before taking the Ome Highway over toward Shinjuku, driving parallel to the trolley tracks. I heard you got fired from your last job. Got anything promising waiting in the wings? No, not at all. Masaki answered without so much as looking my way. I was thinking of working as a day laborer or something. With a hand like that? How? You haven't even gotten those stitches removed, for crying out loud. His left wrist was still bandaged. Well, Masaki swallowed his words and fell silent. We drove by a bus stop on Honsho Street. Where do you even plan on staying when you got nowhere to live? What exactly is it to you? Masaki finally looked at me. Well, I figured you would have put your affairs in order if you'd planned on killing yourself. I suppose. He hesitated for a moment. Huh? So that hadn't been his plan? Guy was a suspect in Mayu Kamizono's homicide. Though he was likely innocent, I'd assume that incident was the impetus for his suicide attempt. But in hindsight, that was a pretty weak motive for killing yourself. It didn't appear like Masaki and Mayu Kamizono had been dating. So would he really have chosen to take his own life over losing an acquaintance and being suspected of murder? And again, his mental state wasn't the best, according to Koharu, so maybe that was motive enough for him. But in that case, that would mean his suicide attempt had been a mere whim. Which didn't add up when considering he wouldn't have had time to cancel his lease, tie up all loose ends in his life. Were that the truth? We passed by Yodobashi. Seriously, where are you taking me? Masaki shattered the silence. My agency. It's not too far now. Just cross the Omekaido overbridge. You'll find it by Isetan. Agency? Oh, that's right. You forgot you were a detective. What are we going to do there exactly? Relax. It's simple, really. Just a little employment exam. I parked in front of the agency and beckoned Masaki inside. After having him take a seat, I produced an envelope and stationery. Now where did I put that thing? I'm pretty sure it's in one of my pockets. I searched my jacket pockets and retrieved a piece of paper with a note written on it. And I copied its contents onto the stationery. What exactly am I supposed to do? Nothing hard. Oh, sorry. Was a bit too fast to mute that. Nothing hard, not in theory at least. But are you really serious about working here? I suppose. It's not like I have much else to do. Gee, that's some real motivation there, buddy. Oh well, not that I care. Keeping this guy where I could see him was all that really mattered. I put the stationery in the envelope before packing that envelope inside an even bigger envelope that already contained some documents. There, all set. Okay, now here's your test. It's simple, really. Deliver these documents to a certain someone. Set the envelope down in front of Masaki. Who exactly? To a Toji Aoki in Ueno. I'll call ahead so you find Toji waiting at Ueno Station. Can't miss him. That's true. She does stick out like a sore thumb, that woman. I deliberately concealed Toji's gender. Understood. Masaki took the envelope and got on his feet. Alright, just one more thing. Don't open the envelope under any circumstances. It contains highly classified information. I already assumed as much. I'll be going then. Masaki left the office without saying another word. Is the test whether or not he opens the envelope or what? Well, whatever. Masaki took the Yamate line from Shinjuku to Ueno. He was extremely familiar with this area. After all, he'd once worked at a nearby gallery and had also frequented the art museum in Ueno Park. However, he'd rarely needed to visit the east side of the station, so he was surprised by just how crowded it was. Daichi had told him this so-and-so Aoki couldn't be missed. Finding them in this throng was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Thus Masaki leaned against the wall and observed the people coming and going. Office workers decked out in coats hectically passed through. The station expelled them into Ueno until they were out of sight. Meanwhile, it swallowed up the crowds surging from the city proper. Masaki scanned them all, but didn't spot anyone who would fit the bill, not in his mind at least. Based on Daiji's statement, Aoki most likely stuck out like a sore thumb in some way. As such, Masaki searched the crowd for others who appeared to be waiting for someone. There were several of those, but only two looked like the type who would have dealings with a detective. Question is, which one of them should I ask? The takoyaki vendor who looks like Geller, or the scary one-armed silver-haired lady. Well, I mean, we already know the answer, so creepy lady. She was scanning the area like a falcon. Her left sleeve was flapping in the wind, meaning either her arm was in the code itself or... Their eyes met. Masaki knew without a shadow of a doubt that her blood-red eyes were staring straight into his soul. His grip on the envelope tightened without him even realizing it. Masaki looked away. She must be the one. But what if I'm wrong? Whatever she was, it was plain as day that she lived in the seedy underbelly of the world. So if he got on her bad side...
Oi.
Hey, you! Masaki heard a voice just a stone's throw away from his ear. Real waifu material, that one. Although I will say, I did like her better with long hair, but yeah, no, just a small detail. Whoa! He hastily jumped back. The silver-haired woman had snuck right up on him. What the hell are you up to? Nothing, I was just... I don't believe you. I had to wager a guess from the way you were scurrying the crowd. You're either a pickpocket or a molester, what? No, of course not. I would never do something like that. That's what all the shady types say. The woman grabbed Masaki's right arm and pinned him against the wall. Ow! I sure as hell haven't seen your mug around these parts, that's for sure. Where are you from, huh? The woman snatched the envelope from Masaki. Hold on, this is from Tokisaka's place, isn't it? Yes, he asked me to deliver it to an Aoki. Ah, it all makes sense now. The woman released Masaki, leaving him to plummet straight to the ground. So you're Tokisaka's errand boy, huh? My name's Tomoyuki Masaki. Aoki, I presume. Masaki nursed his right arm with his debilitated left hand. You know the phrase "harder, mommy" comes to mind, but yeah. Yeah, Toji Aoki's the name. Seriously, this is the guy he's hiring. Has he lost his marbles? Toji grumbled as she opened the envelope. I see. Documents on the clay doll, eh? Wait, what's this? Toji produced a small envelope from within. It's like more instructions for you. Me? The envelope read to Masaki. This must be the next part of the test. Wonder what he'll have me do now. Masaki opened the envelope. Inside was a note and 300 yen bills. He read the note. 300 grams of beef, 1 bundle of crown daisies, 2 shallots, 1 block of tofu, 100 grams of cognac noodles, 3 eggs, and some shiitake mushrooms. Sounds like sukiyaki. So it does. He's asking me to buy all this, isn't he? Should have known. Masaki went to the shopping district near Kichijoji Station. I mean, you'd think that there would be a closer shopping district, because Ueno is quite a ways away from Kichijoji, but yeah, no, whatever. Probably reusing their backgrounds, right? He was out shopping for the groceries he'd been asked to buy. Just have the eggs left. Masaki checked the list, clutched between his left fingers. Never imagined it'd be this inconvenient to only have one usable hand. However, since he was already carrying bags with his right hand, there was literally nothing more he could do. Oh? Masaki turned around to find Yukari in her school uniform. Good afternoon. What are you doing here? Well, some days you wake up without a job, and by the end, you find yourself running errands for a detective. Errands? I thought I asked my brother to handle that. Take it you wanted him to get ingredients for sukiyaki? Yes, I was thinking we could celebrate your release from the hospital, but it feels rather meaningless if the guest of honor is doing the shopping, don't you agree? No, it's quite alright. Isn't like I had anything better to do. Masaki left out the bit about how this was all part of his hazing. Oh, let me carry those bags. Thank you for the offer, but I'll be fine, really. Your hand's still... Could he looked at Masaki's left hand? Alright then, but just this one, if you'd please. Masaki handed over a relatively light bag of shallots. Have you bought everything? No, I still have to grab the eggs. I see, then let's go to that store over there. It's late. They should still be selling fresh eggs. Kari took off, leaving Masaki trailing behind her. Well. It was already evening by the time I drove home. There's still some time until Masaki said to return, so I think I'll explore, but where? Alright, we're back to this again. But where are we gonna go? So, I don't necessarily think we absolutely have to go back to Ueno Station. But let's just have a look what happens there anyways. Just to see, right? Ueno Station was dolled up in the trappings of sunset. The area was packed to the gills with shoppers and office workers on the way home. It was amongst them that I found Toji leaning against the fence which separated the sidewalk from the road. Hey, sorry about that stunt I pulled earlier. Must have been a real pain in the ass. Never again, you hear me? I shut up after Toji glared at me. Can't believe it, you seriously gonna hire that clown? Only on paper, it's just so I can keep an eye on him. Oh, so he was the initial suspect in the first murder then. It all makes sense now. Didn't seem like a guy who'd cause trouble if he couldn't help it to me, though. Which is exactly what makes guys like him fishy. Not that I seriously believe he is, mind you. Then why bother spying on him? Because I can't claim he's innocent without a shadow of a doubt. Still had ties to Mayu Kamizono, and we'd be up shit creek without a paddle if he disappeared on us. Still, taking in a vagabond? Never would have thought you had such a bleeding heart. I'll have him stay in my agency or something for the time being. Much as I'd like to force him to move out once he has enough money, I literally can't afford to pay him much. Don't you get rewarded for solving cases? I hear it's not much, but it's gotta be something. If I solve them, sure, but that money goes straight into living expenses. Maybe I'll assign the guys to some proper detective work once he's not so wet behind the ears. Sounds like he'll be raking in more savings than you soon enough. Toji smirked. When it comes to that, he can support me. Speaking of which, you're having sukiyaki for dinner, aren't you? I saw what was in his envelope. Nothing fancy, just a little welcoming party. In that case, you shouldn't go into the fray without this. Toji handed over a fist-sized paper bag. What is it? Miso for sukiyaki stock. It's perfectly fermented hacho miso, so believe me when I say it's to die for. Yeah, for some reason this woman is obsessed with miso, but... You sure do know your miso. Whatever, better not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Okay, so let's have a look at the other ones. Although that one was quite interesting. The pond glittered in the winter sunset. A bird soaring in from the north sat down by the bank to take a rest. Not too far away was Chizuru, snapping a photo of it. Oh, hello, Mr. Tokisaka. Chizuru rose up when she saw me. Brought a camera today, huh? Yes, the talk we had the other day brought back memories, so I dug up the one I'd been keeping in storage. Camera was a model that had been extremely popular prior to the war. When I was recuperating, I used to take pictures of the surrounding landscapes all the time. If you told me back then it'd still be alive after so long, I wouldn't have believed you. Couldn't think of anything good to say to that, so I just quietly listened to her. What do you say to having your photo taken? Thanks, but I'll pass. I'm camera shy. Oh, I see. Chizuru focused her camera on a swan sailing across the pond. I wish I had taken a photo of her too. Snapped a shot. Couldn't see what kind of look she had on her face. A waterfowl took flight at that exact moment. Hehe. In the end, Chizuru kept taking photos until the camera ran out of film. I guess that kind of been a cheap hobby back in the days, right? I don't know, of course, but then again, I guess the Kuchiki family is pretty loaded, so it doesn't really matter, right? Welcome, Tokisaka. Kyoko was there at Moonworld with the same old greeting as ever. Coffee, please. You like something to eat? Nah, I'm good. Got sukiyaki waiting in my immediate future. My, since when do you eat so high on the hog? It's a special occasion. I just hired a new assistant, so we're throwing a little welcoming party, that's all. Really? Well, how about that? Here you go, your coffee's ready. Kyoko set a coffee mug before me. So, a new assistant, huh? How's the kid doing? Kid? The guy's a grown man. Oh, so it's not that you. Yeah. Hell no. I knew Sato had been dreaming of becoming my assistant for ages now, but she was still in school. Not that I had any plans of hiring her even after she graduated, of course. Yukari picked him up off the streets. You mean he's a cat? Basically. Honestly, I'm just keeping him on the leash to help keep a closer eye on him. It's a long story. I see. Is he handsome? Oh, I mean, he doesn't look terrible, I guess, right? As far as I can judge that, at least. Why is it that all women care about that? Jealous, are we? As if. I sipped away at my coffee. Oh, but what if he ends up sweeping Yukari off her feet? Over my dead body? Yeah, he's nothing if not protective, I guess. He's not like that exaggerated stereotype of the protective brother that you sometimes see in anime, but he does a really good job, I suppose. Oba Girls Academy towered before me. I figured Yukari and I could walk home together if she were around. Oh. I turned around upon hearing that familiar voice, and sure enough, Yukiko was standing there, all decked out in her school uniform. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Hey there, your name was Kayahara, right? Is Yukari around? Kisaka is, Yukiko glanced at the girl next to her. If you're looking for Kari, she already went home. Just who was this girl? I knew I'd seen her somewhere. Why does he keep forgetting about Kohane? Alright, she was that friend Yukari brought home that one time. Her name was Tori Kohane, if I wasn't mistaken. Oh, really? Said she had a lot to do for dinner tonight. Just what kind of blowout do you have going down at your place anyway? It's nothing that ritzy, really. Okay, that wouldn't. I feel like going with that one was would be a bit of a waste because it just told us like, oh, she's not here, right? So I don't know. I'm feeling either Inukashira Park because Chizuru talks about Toko, or this one. Now let's go with Inukashira Park. I feel like there might be some kind of relevance to, you know, the actual main story. Right, I'm home. I'll come back. Wait, what? I went to greet Yukari only to find Masaki was right there with her. We bumped into each other at the shopping district. You're incorrigible at AG. I can't believe you'd send a guest out on errands. Guest? He's no guest. Maybe not, but he's still tonight's guest of honor. Yukari went to her room with those words, leaving me, Masaki, and the bags of groceries behind. Oh, nice place you have here. Leave the groceries in the kitchen. It's right there. Understood. Masaki did as I asked. What has my life become? I slumped onto the sofa. God, I'm dying for a smoke right now. But I knew Yukari wouldn't have never let me hear the end of it, so I decided to go outside. I went out, leaned against my car, and lit a cigarette. Masaki suddenly showed up after I'd been dragging on it for a while. So what was today's test all about anyway? Nothing. I'm currently working with her, so I simply introduced you two as a sign of good faith, that's all. Speaking of which, who is she? Certainly didn't come off as a law-abiding citizen. A journalist, or so she claims anyway, though she did used to be a key player at a criminal organization centered in Ueno, from what I hear. And you two are acquaintances? Some police big shot introduced us. She knows a lot about the case I'm currently working. Oh, okay. Masaki sounded totally lost. Though maybe that was only to be expected, considering I'd left so much out. That reminds me I need to ask him about the blessed congregation. For all I know, he might have ties to them. Aren't you cold out there? However, that was an interrogation best left for another day. The sukiyaki would just go to waste if it was soured by such an uncomfortable inquisition after all. It's fine. Hot food tastes a lot better when you're a little cold. Are you sure about that? I've never heard anything of the sort, and I grew up in the mountains. I ignored Masaki's comment, shoved my cigarette into my car's ashtray, and went back inside. A hot pot was boiling atop the charcoal brazier. And why, pray tell, are we doing this in my room? Because the living room table is too tall for the cooking brazier. I mean, I get that, but either I let the smell linger in here, or I open the window and freeze my butt off. Either way, I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping tonight. Well, at least you'll have pleasant dreams, right? Oh, piss off. I shot Masaki a desk glare. Now, no fighting, please. Yukari distributed the eggs and bowls. Please put the eggshells over here. I cracked my egg and placed the shell in a plate Yukari had set aside. I'd have been lying if I said these didn't bring back some bad memories, but I would have starved to death long ago if I'd let that bother me. Also, the eggs are not black, so it doesn't really matter, right? It shouldn't really cause that kind of association, but yeah, no. Okay, anyways, guess we're all set then. Dig in. I snatched up a perfectly cooked piece of meat. You too, Mr. Masaki, help yourself to as much as you'd like. Right, thank you very much. Deiji, please make sure that you eat more than just meat, alright? What do you think I am, 5? Not that I was one to talk, but my bowl had nothing but meat in it. I returned to the living room after finishing dinner. Yukari was washing the dishes in the kitchen. Masaki was just on his way back from bringing her the hot pot. Have a seat over there. Masaki sat on the sofa across from mine. What is it? Ooh, a close-up of him, huh? I decided to hire you on a provisional basis, though you'll be sleeping in our guest room tonight. You'll be staying at the agency in Shinjuku starting tomorrow. I see. Masaki didn't sound particularly enthused. No surprise there. I had decided all of this without asking him after all. Normally I'd have whipped the guy into shape by threatening to throw him back on the streets, unless he showed some motivation, but that was out of the question in this case. Though I'd hired him pretty much solely to keep an eye on him, I knew it'd be a big problem if he couldn't actually work worth a damn. You have a driver's license? No, though I did drive vehicles in the war. Guess that makes two of us. Hold on, you mean you've been driving that car around without a license? No, I meant that part about driving vehicles in the war. Got my license last year. Where were you stationed? Manchuria, though I never went to Siberia, as I was sent back before the end of the war. I was in the South Pacific myself. My entire unit was wiped out in the battle just before the war ended. I was the only one who survived. Masaki sounded dead, like it was merely a reciting of a textbook. Not that I would have expected him to have any happy memories of the battlefield, of course. Beiji, I'm going to put the charcoal we used to cook dinner in the brazier. Yukari popped out from the kitchen. Got it. Alright, one more thing. This guy's staying the night, so I'd appreciate it if you could prepare the guest room for him. Alright. Oh no. What's wrong? Have you been drying your underwear there or something? Beiji, I swear. Yukari left the living room in a huff. She acts like I'm the child here. Got to my feet to pick up the brazier Yukari had set down. I'll write up your contract and all that jazz tomorrow. It involves a whole bunch of non-disclosure stuff, so it'll be a real pain. Understood. I left the room once Masaki nodded. Looks like I'll have to research what goes into making a contract. Well, this was my first time hiring someone after all. Well, that is, gonna be an interesting end result, I suppose. The living room was alive with the sound of the radio. The table was set for free. Please go ahead and eat up. Yukari brought over 2 sunny-side up eggs. Yeah, sure thing. Thank you very much. Masaki gave a little bow. Looks like he knows his manners. Anyway, like I said, we've got a lot to do today, so let's head straight to the office once we're finished. Understood. Say, Reiji, is the futon in the office clean? Oh, should be fine. I only use it every now and then. Normally I just slept on the sofa with a blanket. Please swap out the sheets, at the very least. Got it. It seemed I couldn't afford to be a total cheapskate despite my best efforts. All done. Yukari got out of her chair once she'd finished her toast. I have to get going now, so I'd really appreciate it if you could clean up. Sure thing. Have a good day at school. Yukari left the living room. You're in clean-up duty. Turned to Masaki. I wish I could say this came as a surprise, but that would be a lie. Despite his belly aching, Masaki did as he was told and cleaned up after breakfast. Guess I'd better get ready to hit the road. Masaki and I took the train to Shinjuku and headed for the office. Shouldn't the rent for a place like this be rather high? Actually, the landlord gave me serious discount as thanks for solving a previous case. No way I could afford to run an office right in the heart of Shinjuku otherwise. Let's start with your resume. I have a form right here, so just fill out as much as you can. Understood. Masaki leaned forward on the sofa and got to work on his task. Just sat where he was and quietly watched him. Tomoyuki Masaki, born 1926. Same age as me, huh? Suddenly he stopped when you reached current address. And just use your family's address or your old address. Well, I guess you could also use the agency's, since that is really your current address. I guess I'll go with that then. What is it? Took out the business card and set it down right in front of Masaki. Now, I'm supposed to ask you for an emergency contact address, so... Where is your family now? Not sure, I haven't spoken to them in over a decade. They're nowhere near Tokyo. He told Yukari he had no family, but I guess he meant that metaphorically. Say, still, I need a place to call in case of an emergency. Not that I ever plan on putting you at risk, but you never know what'll happen. May I put down the hospital then? I know I can count on the people there. I'll say, fine by me. So his lips are sealed when it comes to his roots, huh? Might need to look into those in that case. Not right, nosy little bugger, that guy, huh? But I guess that's a necessary characteristic you need to have as a detective, right? Well, move on to the non-disclosure agreement when you're done with that. Can't have you spilling our client's deepest secrets to the world at large, after all. Don't have to worry about that. There's no one in my life to tell. Maybe not, but the people who want to know your secrets will try to get them out of you when you can least expect it. I see. Masaki signed the documents. See, what else? Alright, I'll be taking the heat for any trouble you cause on the job. With that being said... What is it? Anything you do off the clock is your own responsibility. That goes for anything you may have done prior to your hiring too. Yes, of course, I understand. That about covered everything with the contract and whatnot. Am I missing anything? Alright, I should explain the boarding situation to him. Do not touch any of the books or documents on the shelves. Kitchenette's over there, while the futon, pillow, and sheets are in that closet. I say. I opened the closet to be safe, fortunately finding the piled futon sitting right where I'd left it. It didn't look so dirty at first, but upon closer inspection I realized the sheets were sickly yellow. As for the blanket, it would probably be fine so as long as I aired it out. What else? Oh yeah, I need to get some fuel for the oil heater. Need to do a little shopping, so watch the place while I'm gone, okay? I doubt it'll happen, but should we get a customer, I have them fill out a form for job requests on the desk, got it? I flipped through the form and left it somewhere Masaki couldn't miss. Huh? If it's shopping you need done, I can hand... Just have a seat. No touching my things. Understood. I picked up the documents and left once Masaki nodded. Okay. Masaki remained on the sofa for a while after Eiji left. Couldn't fathom why the man had hired him out of the blue. If I had to guess, I'd say it's because he suspects me. Eiji had been rather nosy about his emergency contact after all. If Masaki hadn't known any better, he could have sworn that Eiji was reading him like an open book. With that being said, it didn't change how Masaki still had nowhere else to go. He studied his left hand. Dying seemed like the simple solution, but in the end he'd failed at even that. Perhaps I should just tell him everything and ask for help. Still, that comes with its own risks. For now, it would probably be best to stay as Tomoyuki Masaki for at least a little longer. Masaki rose to his feet with that conclusion. His primary order of business was checking out his new temporary residence. But first, he went over to the kitchenette, poured water into a kettle, and turned on the stove. Since he knew it would take a while to boil, he got a broom from the closet and began sweeping. Picking papers off the ground and setting them on the desks all the while. He did his best not to read them. Part of it was because of Eiji's instructions, but mostly he just wasn't that interested to begin with. And if he didn't know anything, he couldn't leak anything either. A big brain move, huh? Masaki wetted a dried up towel and scrubbed the table. Just then he heard a knock. A client? Hello? Masaki was in charge of watching the place, meaning he had no choice but to respond. Thus he opened the door, hoping he wouldn't find debt collectors demanding money that he couldn't provide. Excuse me, is this the Tokisaka Detective Agency? Oh, yes. A woman around Masaki's age was waiting on the other side of the door. Phew, finally. Been here several times already, but no one was ever around. The woman sighed. The detective himself is currently out, but please step right in. Okay, thanks. Yeah, that was the woman we briefly saw yesterday after she was, you know, asking about Takashiro's detective agency in Ueno. Make yourself comfortable if you would. I'll have tea ready soon. Sounds great, thank you. Good thing I already had a pot on the fire, thought Masaki as he headed for the kitchenette. Strange though, is it just me or have we met before? But where? Was it at the hospital or perhaps even work? Here's the tea, ma'am. Masaki made his way back to the sofa, carrying a round tray loaded with steaming teacups. Here to hire the detective for a job, I take it? Yes, see, the thing is... Oh, sorry, hold on a moment, please. Masaki interrupted the woman and quickly got the form and pencil off the desk. Pardon the interruption, please continue. Thank you. So anyway, I'm looking for someone. I'm seeing. Masaki wrote that down. You can fill the detective in on the details once he returns. Apart from that, I'll just need you to give me your contact address for now. I'm from the countryside, but I'm currently staying in the hotel. That shouldn't be an issue. And your name? Oh, it's her. Okay, yeah. Alright, it's Meguri. Takamiya Meguri. Hold on, Guriko? Huh? I knew that, but I knew that his real identity, but this guy, this Masaki is Ayato, of course. Of course, in air quotes. Masaki was nowhere to be found by the time I returned with kerosene cans and new sheets. That little bastard. He had one job. Set the kerosene and sheets down. There were 2 teacups on the table. Most of them which were still warm to the touch, albeit barely. Looks like he played host to a guest in my absence. The fact neither of them are still around must mean... Just then I noticed papers stacked on the table. The one on the top was blank. It said left them on the desk. It must have been used. I flipped through the stack. A navy blue paper was sitting several pages down. It was carbon paper used for making copies of documents. I flipped that too to find words engraved on the paper beneath it. Looking for someone. That was it. Nothing else was legible, perhaps indicating Masaki hadn't scribbled very hard. Whatever the case, it still left me without a clue to the client's identity. Who was searching for whom? Had Masaki left with the client, or... God damn it, as if I didn't have enough shit on my plate already. I scratched my head. Do I seriously need to drive the ABCs of being a detective into the sky? Then again, if someone asked if I had drilled those into me, I wasn't confident I could say yes with a straight face. Yeah, fair point, I guess. Sure it was okay to just up and leave like that? Guriko, or rather Meguri, gave Masaki an uncertain look as the pair strolled by Shinjuku Station. The detective would have given me the third degree if we'd stayed. Oh, and by the way, call me Masaki, please. So you even changed your name, huh? Nanako said she'd lost track of you, so I'm glad I found you. Nanako Sawashiro. He was the first one who'd found Masaki after he'd changed his name and gone to Tokyo. Masaki had told her the reason was he was living under an alias and why he didn't want to return home. However, Meguri's attitude indicated Nanako literally likely hadn't said a word of that to anyone else, perhaps out of consideration for him. So, did Nanako tell you about, well, the arranged marriage, I mean? A little, yeah. We've been driven to attempted suicide by that very idea, or rather the notion of being dragged back to the settlement. Okay. That spoke volumes as to how badly he feared returning there. And well, you see, they chose me. You? Yeah. Well, she must be alright with that, I suppose. She did love him after all, at some point. Meguri nodded and hung her head. That's why I'm here, so, how does it make you feel? I mean, I'm not sure what to say to that. I don't plan on getting married, arranged or not. It would have been so simple to make that declaration. No, he had to tell her that. And yet Masaki couldn't bring himself to say it. Not when he faced with an old... Oh my god, not when faced with such an old friend as Meguri. Yeah, figures you'd need some time to think it through. Meguri smiled despondently. Sorry. Nah, it's okay. It's also sudden, I get it. Heck, even I couldn't believe that what I was hearing when they told me. I bet. Though, it sounds like I wasn't their first choice. You mean there was another candidate before you? Though Masaki had known they'd wanted him to return to the village and get married so he could succeed the family, this was the first he'd ever heard of that. Yeah, but apparently it didn't work out for some reason or another. Was it someone from the village? Doesn't sound like it. Honestly, no one knows how they went about picking the candidates. Not even me. I take it either my grandfather or father chose you. I mean, they don't really have a large pool of potential candidates, I reckon, from the village to choose from. So it would only make sense that the other candidate was from the outside. They're really that desperate to have me continue the bloodline, huh? And here I thought they would have given up on me after all this time. The first candidate had likely been someone connected to the family business. When that had fallen through, they'd settled for Meguri, a local instead. Masaki was sick of being made a puppet for his family, for the village. Guriko, I'm sorry, but Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it. I mean, hey, not the first time I've been rejected. Meguri put on a smile. However, it looked a little forced and forlorn. Do you still, Sorry. No, don't be. It's alright. What say you show me around Tokyo to compensate, hmm? Sure, I don't see why not. He figured it was the least he could do to make it up to her. Isetan's around here, right? Oh, and I also want to go to Ginza and tons of other places. Like... Guriko, you just came here to sightsee and shop, didn't you? Meguri was positively beaming at the moment. All the doom and gloom that had shrouded her visage before had completely melted away. That's not... Okay, sure, that was part of it, but I seriously did come here to find you. Says the one who would have been asking me to show her Times Square if this were New York. But they're still getting along just fine, I think. Or so it seems, anyway. I returned home in search of Masaki, but he wasn't there. Son of a bitch, I doubt he's gone missing, but where the hell could he be? Guess I should spend some more time searching. Where, though? Right. It's time for some more searching. Well, I mean, they did say something about Ginza, I guess, but that's not a location we can choose, so... I don't know. Ueno, maybe? Oh, let's just go through the options. But first, I'll quickly take a sip of my drink before we continue. Okay. Let's try Ueno, see where that takes us. I mean, it takes us to Ueno for starters, but that's obviously not what I meant. I swung my Ueno station. Although the area was crowded, I didn't see Masaki anywhere. Guess he's not here. Seriously, what got into him? There weren't many people in my life who really knew what Masaki looked like, so I decided to find one person who did, Toji. She looked so unique that I doubted I'd have trouble picking her out in a crowd. I'll speak of the devil. Toji was chatting up at Takoyaki when at his food stall. I approached him and spoke up. Hey, Toji, got a minute? Oh, it's you. Hold on a second. Toji turned her attention right back to the vendor as soon as she'd finished addressing me. Look, I thought I already told you there's nothing I can do. Got a ton of influence with them boys up top, yeah? But just tell them this is my turf. That's all you gotta say. But you're the one who's hogging the street. All they did was ask you to take your business somewhere else so you don't get in the way of construction. Sounded like the guy was getting evicted. Been cooking around these parts here for an eternity and a half now. Sure, I also did business in Kagurazaka and Kudanshita for the war. I'm not welcome there anymore. Yeah, he's probably because of his looks that could kill, I guess. And thus the old man started doing what people his age did best, rambling on and on about the good old days. It's no exaggeration when I say my business here is keeping Ueno peaceful. I don't know about that, Chief. I'm pretty sure that's the epitome of an exaggeration. Though I didn't know the guy, I could smell his bullshit from a mile away. If you've got a permit, then this spot will be waiting for you once the construction's done, right? Could never live with myself if I stopped bending the knee to the power of the state. If I stooped. So in less than savory terms, he was unlicensed. Cockroaches like us don't get a choice but to kowtow to the bigwigs. Am I right or am I right? Please, I'm begging you, don't look to me to back you up. Anyway, have you seen Masaki? He disappeared from the office, so I'm looking for him. I ignore the vendor for the time being. Masaki? Oh, that guy, right. Nope, not around these pods anyhow. I say, it looks to me like he might have gone off with a client. Client? Come to think of it, there was a woman here a few days ago who was looking for a detective, so I referred her to your place. Maybe it was her? What was she like? Seemed to me like she was looking for someone. She was staring at Takashiro's old flyer over there, hence why I redirected her to your way. Toji gestured to a faded flyer in the takoyaki stall. Looking for someone. That matched with what I'd found back in my office. But a woman, huh? I had a bad feeling about this. Thanks for the help. Gonna look around a little more. Through saying. Well, I mean, that does already seem like a pretty helpful clue, but, you know. Right. Let's have a look at the other ones first. I stopped by Kuchiki Hospital. If there was any place that Masaki would visit, this would be it. Though it was for that very reason I doubted I'd actually find him here. Still, I went inside and hunted for any familiar faces. At the very least, I figured Koharu could possibly be of some help. Huh? And yet, I only found this girl for reasons unbeknownst to all but the heavens. There were no indicators that Michiru had met Masaki, so asking her was probably a waste of time, but I decided I'd better be safe than sorry. Hey, have you seen a guy named Masaki around? He was staying in this very hospital until a few days ago. Masaki? Never heard of him. Figures. Though I hadn't told her what he looked like, I assumed that wouldn't help at all either. Huh? What was that, Carol? Yeah, I see. Michiru suddenly started talking to her stuffed rabbit. It was just putting on a one-man show, so realistically there was no way any new information could come to light. Yet I couldn't help but get my hopes up, as though I were seeing the Sibyl of Delphi in action. That spoke volumes as to just how mystifying the whole thing was. Ah, I see. You sure do know a lot. But what? I'll let my tiny sparks of hope get the better of me. Carol says they just opened something called a monorail today at Ueno Zoo. Okay. The heck are you talking about? A suspended train? No, I wasn't implying that I don't know what a monorail is. Do you want to ride it or something? I'm scared of heights. Well, that's out of the question then. Yeah. Alright, let's have a look at the other two. But honestly, I think the one we picked, Ueno Station, is probably the best in terms of information so far. I strolled through the Inukashira Park's promenade, looking around all the while. Unfortunately, I didn't spot anyone who even remotely resembled Masaki. He probably hadn't come here. I hadn't seen him near Kichijoji Station either. Since I didn't know the places he frequented, I had no idea where he could be. At this rate, I'd have to spend the whole night combing the city, a prospect I definitely wasn't looking forward to. Oh hey, it's the brother. I turned to that voice. Standing there was a girl I knew I'd met before. You're Yukari's friend, right? Yep, the name's Tori Koane. Well, to be fair, we never chose like one specific sequence where we had the free choice where to go that involved her. So I guess it figures to some extent that, you know, he doesn't know her yet because yeah, he couldn't have had the chance other than that one time when it happened in the main story. But yeah, be that as it may. Right, I remember now. She told me her name when she last visited the house. Out on a walk? Believe me, I wish. Detective work, then? That wasn't quite it either. Though I was indeed searching for someone. Tell me, have you seen a guy in the area around 30, stubble, skinny as a twig? Wait, you really are working? Wow, didn't see that one coming. Anyway, sorry, but there are tons of guys like that. That figured. His left hand should have been bandaged. Does that ring any bells? Oh. Kohane suddenly shouted. I think I've seen someone like that. Or maybe not. Thanks, real helpful. I know, I saw a guy who was covered in bandages everywhere, but his left hand though. What, had he crashed his car, plunged out his windshield, rolled across the road, fallen into an incinerator, and been made prey to a pack of rabid dogs or something? That is, surprisingly specific. Anyway, I think you'd be better off asking Ayumyum for help. I assumed she was referring to Sato. That girl was indeed dying to be my assistant. Not that I ever planned on putting her in any danger, though. Thanks, I'll go check somewhere else. Wish I could have been more help, sorry. Nah, not your fault, don't let it get to you. Still, where the hell could he be? Okay, so let's check the school just to make sure we staked out all the possible locations. Maybe we actually are gonna meet Ayumu here. I headed over to Oba Girls Academy. Not that I expected to find Masaki there, though, seeing as how I'd never even shown him the place before. Leiji, Yukari emerged from the gate. Something the matter? Oh no, nothing. There was no way she would have seen Masaki since she'd been inside all this time. Plus, I didn't want to worry her, so I decided to keep quiet. Hello. Yukiko stood behind Yukari, bowing. The girl's going home? That's the plan, yes. See, I might be a little late tonight, so don't wait on me for dinner. Alright. Oh, but what should I do about Mr. Masaki's food? Well, he's gone. So, just leave him be. I'm sure he can manage on his own. That was all I could say for the time being. Alright. Yukari nodded. I'll be going now. Don't forget to lock up. Understood. Stay safe. Goodbye. Alright, we're just gonna go with the Ueno choice because I think it makes the most sense in this context. Alright. Let's get through that. Alright, Masaki escorted Meguri to her hotel in Ochanomizu after sundown. However, he'd been demoted from tour guide to pack mule at some point, weighed down by bags of Western clothes his companion had bought from one department store after the next. Damn, I still can't believe you bought so much. How could I not? These places had all the latest styles. Why bother when there's no one to show off to back there, though? Wow, the only one I needed to impress is myself. Young Mistress and Yuka don't care all that much when it comes to Western fashion, sadly. What about Karen? Karen? I thought you guys used to read magazines together all the time. Wait, you mean you don't know? Ohina's been in Tokyo for years now. Oh, I take it she's working for Inagami Pharmaceuticals then. Yeah, it's not too far from here either. Wanna go see her? Well, he wished to avoid people from his past if he could help it. Meguri was a reluctant exception, since he'd bumped into her by pure coincidence, but he was averse to the idea of approaching anyone that knew who he used to be. Why don't we take this inside? It's kinda chilly out here. Meguri marched straight into her hotel. Masaki reluctantly followed suit, hauling her stuff all the way. He dumped the bags in the lobby lounge and slumped onto a sofa. I'll grab you a drink. You good with coffee? Fine by me. Meguri headed for the counter. Masaki wasn't keen on sticking around much longer. However, he wanted to swear Meguri to silence on several matters, especially if Karen was in Tokyo. Here you go. Meguri served Masaki a cup of coffee when she got back. Thanks. You know, I've been meaning to ask this all day, but why'd you up and disappear? That question froze Masaki solid just as he was about to take a sip. You should have an idea you remember what happened back then, right? Don't know what you're talking about. It was all so sudden. Meguri cocked her head. You went off to fight in the war and returned once the Emperor surrendered, only to vanish all over again. What happened? Sorry, I'd rather not talk about it. Masaki shook his head. He would have preferred she never brought that up again. I see. Meguri hung her head. Got to be getting back now. Ask a bellboy to help you with your bags, alright? Masaki rose to his feet. Okay, we will see each other again. Currently staying at that agency, so feel free to drop by if you ever need anything. That said, I'd like to ask you that you not tell that detective about me. So just call you Masaki around him, huh? Got it. Thanks, see you later. Masaki left Meguri in the hotel behind him. Okay. Interesting. I thought I remembered that scene differently. There was, to my recollection, there was like, you could get a spicy scene between the two of them if you did the right things. Maybe we picked something wrong. But then again, that saves me the trouble of having to censor it at least. The radio played in the living room. Yukari was perched on the sofa, staring at it. She'd been this way ever since she'd finished cleaning up after dinner. For some reason, she hadn't felt like doing anything. And before she knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock. Yukari turned off the radio and the living room lights. There was no one else there. Yukari felt a pang of loneliness as she trudged toward her room. Once inside, she spread the futon she'd taken from her brother's empty room onto the floor. Two of them kept all the futons in there, since her closet was full of insect cages. Coming home was nowhere near an uncommon occurrence. Either he was spending the night at his agency, or Yukari looked out the window. A waning moon peeped out from the gap between the clouds. Though she wasn't sure where, Eiji had to be somewhere beneath it. Of that, she was certain. Snow fell. Yukari backed away from the window. Eiji was likely somewhere with a roof over his head, so she knew she didn't have to worry about him. Yukari turned off the lights and slid into the futon. The house was dead quiet, likely because the insects were finally beginning to hibernate. It was a silent night indeed. Snowflakes cast shadows on the paper sliding doors. It had almost been 2 years since she had disappeared. Eiji had agonized over it all on his own. Not that he'd ever let that slip, on the surface anyway. However, it did make Yukari wonder. Is he off somewhere licking his wounds on nights like these? Yukari knew she probably couldn't do that for him, so all she could do in such times was count on Kyoko. Though, to be honest, it did make her a bit sad that she wasn't any help to him. Yukari closed her eyes. The comfortable warmth of the futon quickly dragged her off to sleep's embrace. Yeah, she's always worrying about other people, that one. It was already past 11, according to the cafe's clock. Are you sure you don't have to go home? Kyoko called out to me. Yeah. I downed my umpteenth glass of whiskey and nodded, my breath reeking of alcohol. Ultimately, I'd failed to locate Masaki. All would be well if he returned to the office tomorrow, but I'd probably need Yaginuma's help if he didn't. However, that was a problem for another day. Literally. Kyoko. I gestured to Kyoko as she started cleaning the counter. Yes, what is it? I hooked my arm around her waist and drew her in. Uh-oh, is that gonna get spicy? Just gonna have to be on the safe side here for a moment. Not so bold, Tokisaka. You don't mind, do you? I whispered directly into her ear. Sheesh, you're so drunk. Yeah, 'cause I'm in a drinking mood tonight. Thus I embraced Kyoko and kissed her lips. Alright. Yeah, it is getting spicy, alright. Alright. Alright, I'll quickly click through this. And we're gonna continue right after that. Kyoko turned her head to face me and darted out her tongue. So the thing is, Kyoko is like also a widow, so they're kind of there for each other in that regard, I suppose. And, you know, Tokisaka also lost his wife, or fiance anyways, in that Rokushiki case many years ago. So yeah, it's kind of fitting, I suppose. Yeah, so... Oh, wow, we actually get a choice where we're gonna release ourselves as well. Bruh. I think we're probably done. I can't even begin to imagine what that bonk was for. Okay. We are done with that scene. Well, it looks like we're getting to a murder scene right afterwards, huh? Time was running out. She had to be brought back as soon as possible. Then and only then would her training begin. But will she make it? Is there enough time left? He knew exactly where she was, along with what she was doing. Thus, the first step was meeting her. She'd see the light so long as he could explain his perspective to her, for she was essential to them. Okay, I'm not sure what that was all about, but I guess the killer is looking for someone. Anywho, Yukari scanned the living room. Her brother was sitting on the sofa, massaging his forehead and grimacing like he'd just bitten into a lemon. Here you go. Yukari set stomach medicine in a glass of water before Eiji. Well, would you look at that? Even when he's being an irresponsible adult and getting a hangover, that she's still taking care of him. Yukari said, "Oh yeah, we read that. You like some milk or dried plums too? I hear both simply work wonders on hangovers." She failed to hide the bite in her voice, but she's not happy about it. Eiji had come home in the middle of the night. The fact he'd walked home made it clear as day where he'd been. To say nothing of the reek of alcohol on him, Yukari knew she had no place telling her brother how to live his life. That was what made the whole thing all the more frustrating to her. Please get a hold of yourself. Yeah, I know. Eiji nodded after taking the medicine. You know, you got a call from a woman last night. Yukari had a hint of mischief in her voice. Huh? What are you talking about? Someone named Takashiro. She had a rather peculiar accent. Oh, her, huh? What she want? Yukari should know Kazuna, right? She asked me to tell you to come see her. Something about how some photos have finished developing. Wait. Takashiro? That can't be right, then. Chizuru was the one taking the photos. Why would it be Takashiro, then? Oh well. We'll see, I guess. Got it. Reiji's eyes shifted into detective mode. Yeah, you don't usually get a close-up of this guy. It happens very rarely. Probably because we're in Yukari's POV right now. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess you don't really see him very often because I'm like placed right over the character portraits, which I guess I could fix if we tried. If I just flip myself over to the other side. I mean, I can do that, I guess. So, anyway, I have to be going now. Yukari scooped up her school bag and coat before getting to her feet. Right, be careful out there. I believe you should be saying that into a mirror instead. Yukari departed for school, a wave of relief washing over her that the brother she knew and loved had returned. Right. I took the train over to my office. It was time for the moment of truth to see if that nitwit Masaki had bothered coming back. Oh. The nitwit in question rose from the sofa as soon as he saw me. Terribly sorry about yesterday. What happened with the client? I wasn't interested in apologies, so I interrupted him and got straight to the brass tacks. Oh, we met and talked. She said she was looking for someone. I know that. What I don't know is the stuff you failed to write down, like her name, who she was looking for, expenses, and the deadline for the job. Better remedy that ASAP. I'm sorry, right away. I handed Masaki a form and took a seat. I didn't yell at him because it would have been too much of a pain, or rather, so it didn't make my hangover any worse than it already was. Not that it mattered really. My scowl seemed to have set that nitwit straight. Though honestly, I was still pissed I'd run all around the city for nothing. All done. I took the form from Masaki. Client Meguri Takamiya. Job locating someone. Name of missing persons. Oh, she's looking for him? Well, we don't actually know, do we? Because she didn't tell us directly. It could have just... She could have been looking... Oh, no, no, never mind. We do know that she was looking for Ayato. But I guess he just wrote Kuroya down, Naori, because he didn't want to mention his own name. The form ended by saying the client had come from Toyama, but was currently staying at a hotel in Ochanomizu. Did she not give you any other info, like this guy's photo or where he works? No, but I doubt that will be a problem. Strange, where did that optimism stem from? Whatever you say. It's all good so long as you don't fall for the client or take this too personally. Well, damn, that may be the most hypocritical thing I've said in my entire life. Anyway, can I leave this case in your hands? Really? Are you certain about this? Yeah, it doesn't sound all that risky, and it'll also make for a good test run. But while we can't charge the client daily, she'll still have to pay us if you manage to find the guy. And if you couldn't pull it off, then I'd just take over the case. Simple as that. Alright, then I'd better get to work right away. Hold it right there. There's some place I have to take you first. I stopped the nitwit right as he was about to leave. Just because I'd said he could have the case didn't mean I was planning on giving him free rein. Where? Somewhere you'll get to see shit most people never do. Oh, okay. Good old Natsume. The nitwit and I swung on by Takada no Baba. Is this a clinic? On the outside, yeah. In reality, it's a hell on earth where no patient ever leaves alive. Hey, I wasn't lying. Never in my life had I seen any living patient set foot in that place. I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk about me like I'm some kind of butcher in doctor skin, Tokisaka. I turned around to find Natsume glaring at me, exasperation evident in her eyes. Seriously, why do you have to come so early? What, were you asleep? Nah, just taking a bath, see? Ain't my skin just the purtiest thing you've ever seen? No stripping in the streets, please. I stopped Natsume just as she grabbed at her collar. Oh, who's the fresh meat? Natsume curiously studied Masaki. My name is Masaki. I'm currently working on the Mr. Tokisaka. With those looks? Yeah, I'll bet he's on top of you, alright. I'll just pretend I didn't hear that. Anyway, what's this I hear about developed photos, Natsume? Oh, Takashiro, of course. She's also a Takashiro, right? That's why I was a little bit confused because the only one who has been taking photos recently was Chizuru, but yeah, that makes sense now, a lot more sense. Alright, come on in and take a look-see. Natsume stepped into the clinic. I guess because they were taking photos of the crime scene or something. She's a peculiar one. You haven't seen anything yet, believe me. We found Natsume in the operating room, presenting us with a basket full of boiled eggs. Here, take 'em. They're souvenirs I got from a trip to Izu. Did you ever stop to think how insensitive it might be to gift me with black eggs of all things? Besides, black eggs were supposedly to be a Hakone thing, not Izu. Ah, come on. I know you ain't such a pansy. Apparently not. Masaki was just staring blankly, completely locked out of the conversation. And I wasn't going to show him the door in. That information was on a need-to-know basis. Instead, I handed him the eggs. Anyway, you said Izu, right? Does that mean you visited Mount Amagi? I'd heard there'd been a double suicide or something there just a few days prior. I was just there to watch since it looked like shit was gonna get complicated. Natsume peeled a black egg. Anywho, that don't matter. This is what I wanted you to see. She picked an envelope off her desk. These ones are in full color. So they are. I peeked into the envelope before handing it off to Masaki. Huh? Take a look. Alright then. Masaki took the envelope without the slightest suspicion before pulling out the photos. Masaki spat out the egg he'd been eating. Whoa, if you're gonna hurl doing in that sink. That was a natural reaction to seeing an autopsy photo for the very first time. With that said, though, it wasn't quite what I'd been expecting from him. If he were the culprit, he still probably would have reacted to them, sure. But not like that. This had been way too normal. Ugh. You're one sick bastard, Tokisako. Why show that shit to some guy without a heads up? Natsume shook her head as she watched Masaki puking his guts out into the sink. You're probably going to be seeing a whole lot more crap while you're working for me, you know. Didn't you see your fair share of bodies on the battlefield? Certainly, yes, but never in this much detail. Masaki grumbled as he wiped his mouth. Yeah, sure as hell ain't every day you see someone's tummy sliced open like that. What the hell was that anyway? A photo of Mizuki Itose's autopsy. Natsume answered in my stead. Itose? She was the second victim. You already know the first, Mayu Kamizono. I guess so, yeah. That's one way of putting it. Kamizono. Masaki grew visibly crestfallen with each passing second. I'm sure you've already been told, but these two were killed and had these surreal lumps of clay stuffed into their abdomens. Why would someone do something like that? We're still looking into it, or so I'd like to say, but we've hit a dead end, truth to be told. There was a case like it about 2 years back, though. Natsume played with the black egg in the palm of her hand. I highly doubt they're related, considering the culprit of that one's already behind bars and all. Well, what about the doctor who gave him a nudge? Not likely. If anyone's suspicious, it'd be one of his patients, much like the first killer. I stared at Masaki. What is it? Oh, nothing. I couldn't keep suspecting this guy. I had already been through that song and dance more times than I could count over the last weeks alone. Could have also been someone from that blessed congregation the Vic was part of. True. Say, Masaki, do you know whether Kamizono was religious? I figured this was as good a time as any to ask him. Not to my knowledge. As I told the police, she and I weren't that close. Masaki answered obediently. I find it hard to imagine you didn't already know that, though. After all, you hired me to keep an eye on me, didn't you? Well, what do you know? He saw right through me. At least he wouldn't prove useless if he had enough brains to figure that out. Good, so you know. Then I'll cut right to the chase. Did you have any idea why someone would have wanted Mayu Kamizono dead? I would have mentioned it long ago if I knew anything. I'm aware that the circumstantial evidence points closest to me after all. But you're not the killer. That's what you're getting at, right? Yes, it seems a certain someone was generous enough to prove my innocence. Masaki's tone implied he had a good idea who his mystery savior was. I decided to put my faith in that man, in myself, for the time being. Still, none of this ruled out the possibility that Mayu Kamizono had ties to the blessed congregation. Say, Natsume, are Yaginuma and his boys gathering info in the blessed congregation? Hell if I know. I ain't tending to that field. Natsume shrugged and brought over a tray hosting a clod, one of the clay dolls recovered from the victims' abdomens. Hey, big boy, what do you make of this thing? What in the world is that? Masaki stared at the blood-stained clod in disgust. His face betrayed no signs of nervous sweat or anything. A being? No, a human. They say it's a doll modeled of a fetus. Fetus? Then you mean this was in the victim's abdomens? Yeah, pretty much. Masaki seemed perplexed and unsettled. A perfectly normal reaction. If he was just acting, then he could have won an Oscar for that. You know, Masaki, or I guess Ayato, would at least know something about this whole worshipping a fake Lord Hina thing that was common in his settlement, right? Although we can't know exactly for sure how much he had seen of these clay dolls. After all, it was Karen who modeled the one that was used in the festival, right? He must have at least seen it while the oracle was performing the dance, I suppose. But other than that, I don't know how much he knows, but it could be something that would come to his mind. But then again, he might not necessarily want to talk about that anyways. A culprit's one crazy son of a bitch, that's for sure. You took the words right out of my mouth. I kept a close eye on Masaki's face. He was gritting his teeth, likely in an attempt to quell his rage. Thus I decided to believe that he too wished to see this case closed as soon as possible. Well, he didn't say anything. Masaki and I left the Takashiro clinic and made our way back to the office. Oh. Masaki suddenly stopped short when it came into view. Something up? I followed his eyes over to a woman standing in front of the agency. That's the client. Aha! So that's Meguri Takamiya. She came over when she noticed us. No, Masaki. Hello. Meguri bowed after an awkward pause. You must be Miss Takamiya, the client. What business brings you here today? Huh? Oh, Meguri's eyes swiveled toward Masaki. You came back to inform Detective Tokisaka about the job, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. I see. Then please come right in. Though I sensed there was something off between them. Oh, there's something between them, but off as well. Yeah, right. I pretended not to notice. Masaki, go make some tea for our guest. Understood. I sent Masaki away to the kitchenette once Meguri had taken a seat on the sofa. Then I shot a glance at Meguri and confirmed she was indeed keeping her eyes on Masaki. Oh man, they sure hit it off hard after just one day. I swiped the form Masaki had filled out this morning on the desk before taking the other sofa. You're hoping I can help you find someone as I understand it? Well, yes, I was, but that won't be necessary anymore. What do you mean? Are you saying you no longer need to find this person? Yeah, that's right. I flipped through my documents. Naori Kuroya. If she's already found him, then that means... Masaki still hadn't returned from the kitchenette. Oh, that was likely because the water was probably taking forever to boil, given the shit gas I was output in the building. Come to think of it, the sink might be clogged too. Not important right now. I'll just ask her all I can before he gets back. So you're from Toyama, right, Miss Takamiya? Is this your first time in Tokyo? Oh yes, I gotta admit, I was stunned by just how crowded it is. I come from a dingy little place out in the mountains, you see. Sounds like that must have been quite the culture shock. Are you here by yourself? I left alone, yes. But I have a friend who lives here, so technically no. I see. Then was this Mr. Kuroya you were looking for also from your hometown? I skimmed the form. Yeah, I hear he started working as a doctor after graduating from college. I see. It was hard to tell if she was talking about Masaki or someone else entirely. So, about that, well... Oh, don't worry, you don't have to pay, seeing as how you found him before we even had time to act. I wrapped up the conversation once I saw Masaki returning. Oh, I see. Here you are. Masaki set teacups on the table. Masaki, you handle this. I got up and tapped him on the shoulder. Hold on, what am I supposed to do exactly? Nothing. She's cancelling the job before we even got started, so there's nothing left on our end. Just escort her back to her hotel or whatever. Oh, okay. Masaki nodded bemusedly and took a seat on the sofa. I sat at my desk and discreetly spied on them. Neither said so much as a word. They simply drank their tea in silence. They probably felt uncomfortable since I was around. Still a doctor, huh? Studying Masaki's face. Sure didn't look the type. If anything, he seemed more like the patient than he was. Plus, he hadn't exactly made a very doctorly impression during his hospital stay. In other words, he was probably someone else entirely. Was this woman really searching for a Dr. Naori Kuroya, or had she made the whole doctor part up? Nah. I mean, but there would be no way for Tokisaka to know, right, that he's a common friend of them. I'll take her back to her hotel, Masaki spoke up. Sounds good to me. Get back here as soon as you're done. You hear me? I know. Masaki nodded and left the office with Megari and Tao. Yeah, I'll believe that when I see you back here. The sun was setting in the western skies by the time Masaki returned. About time he showed. I'm sorry. Masaki meekly apologized. Whatever, it's all water under the bridge. I'm heading out now, so take care of the place while I'm gone. Call my house if you need anything. I should be back there soon enough. Understood. Alright, and no hosting wild orgies in the office, I got it. What exactly do you take me for? Masaki grumbled as he entered the building. Okay, I don't really have anything important to do right now, so why don't I drop by someplace? Alright. We're at the gameplay part again, I guess you could say. I'm still bewildered by the fact that we got to choose in which where we got to release ourselves when we did it with Kyoko, but you know, that's another story, I guess. Yeah, let's just click through it and decide later on, I guess. I stopped by Kuchiki Hospital. My hope was that someone there could tell me if all that stuff about Naori Kuroya had been true. Huh? What the heck's she doing out here? Michiru was staring at me, a curious look on her face. Though if anything, I was the curious one here. Something up? I like what? That's my question. I looked at the hospital. Michiru must have snuck out. Probably best to bring her to safety before she ends up a missing person statistic. Let's go inside, why don't we? No. Well, that was fast. Aren't you cold out here, though? Nuh-uh. Said the girl who had goosebumps all over her bare skin. Probably make me look bad in a whole lot of ways if I tried to drag her back in, so I decided to simply keep an eye on her to ensure she didn't wander off. I leaned against the car and whipped out a cigarette. She was staring at me. I could swear she's judging me. Ultimately, I stashed my smoke without even lighting it. Oh, I completely forgot to turn the sound back on early after that scene. Well, there you have it. Okay, so ultimately I stashed my smoke without even lighting it. Doubted it would have taken the edge of me at that moment anyway. There were no signs of anyone exiting the hospital. Hey, Michiru. Michiru cocked her head at me. Totally freezing out here. Why don't we take this inside? If you say so. Michiru rose to her feet, rolling her eye as if dealing with a whiny kid. Guess that did the trick. Showing personal weakness made it easier to get others to do what you wanted rather than being pushy. Though it didn't change that my dignity had taken a nosedive in the process. I walked back into the hospital, dragged by Michiru all the while. Don't know, is it really that much of a hit to your dignity to say you're freezing? Don't think so, but you know. Whatever. Shirosaki. Koharu was waiting there, standing tall in a rather intimidating stance. Uh-oh. He should have darted behind my back. You have any idea how worried I was when I found out you were gone at medicine time? This old man kidnapped me. Excuse me? Hold up, I didn't know such thing. I can tell. Follow me, Miss Shirosaki. You need to take your medicine. Ugh. Ichiro groaned, but quickly caved in and followed Koharu's lead. I don't know what to say to any of that. Screw it, I'm just gonna head home. Well, that was not very helpful, I guess. But then again, I didn't really expect to find, like, the big information there in that sequence. The park was shaded in the tinges of sunset. I casually walked along the nigh-deserted promenade. Paddling of ducks was floating in the pond. Just then, I noticed a familiar woman walking my way. Oh, that's not the woman I was expecting, but okay. Oh? Good afternoon, Miss Kayahara. Wait, who are you again? She looked genuinely confused. You don't remember? We met at Moonworld. I pointed at the bag of coffee beans she was carrying. Oh, right, yeah. I totally remember now. Who are you, dude? Real convincing there. You're, right. You're Hazuki's gigolo? What? No, I'm Detective Tokisaka. Understood why people equated detectives with low-life scum, but still took offense to that all the same. Oh yeah, of course. Now it's coming back to me. Bullshit. Anyway, I see you were just at Moonworld. Uh-huh. You know it. Can't live without Hazuki's coffee. Well, she is good at what she does. Do you seriously go there just for the coffee, though? What's with that skeptical look there anyway, lady? Why was she so curious? Pretty much, I mean, sure, she and I are old friends, but that's all. Oh, sure, there's nothing more to it. Like what? Like something, duh. Saw the way you two looked at each other. What is she, a high schooler? I'm too old to really bother with it or care for this kind of talk. Hey, I'm about the same age, you know. But I've never been part of a water cooler talk. And I don't exactly have many friends my age, so I'm dying for juicy gossip. I see. I take it that comes with working at the nursery. Yep, I take care of both local kids and orphans, so it's rough. Sure doesn't sound like an enviable position. It's not too bad. Not with helpers, anyway. Oh, hey, I know. Why don't you come help out sometime? Sorry, but I'm not good with kids. You're a loss. Ladies really dig a man who likes kids. Why was this woman so fussy about my love life? She's like the polar opposite of, Yukiko, isn't she? But then again, they are not related per se, so... Kichijoji Station was alive with shoppers. My mouth watered from all the juicy aromas in the air. Maybe I'll get some yakitori for the trip home. That thought slithered across my head when I suddenly saw Meguri walking my way from the other side of the crowd. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasted your time earlier. She bowed once she noticed me. Oh no, you have nothing to apologize for. All that matters in the end is that you found who you were looking for. You said it. Jubilation sculpted Meguri's features. Can I ask why you were looking for this guy, if you don't mind? That is? Well, Meguri mumbled. It was hard to tell whether she actually did mind, didn't want to talk about it, or couldn't talk about it. It's alright, you don't have to tell me anything. I'm not going to interrogate you. It's good to hear. A wave of relief swept over Meguri's visage. Are you here to meet that friend of yours? Oh no, there was just a clothing store I wanted to check out. It was then that I noticed she was carrying shopping bags. From the boonies, so we never get the newest styles out there. Yeah, I can see why you'd love the city then. Speaking of which, when are you going back home? This weekend. I'm only staying about a week. Same. Just watch yourself around here. Got it. Thanks for your concern. Sorry again for taking your time. That could be important, you know, for the grand scheme of the story. Not that we got, like, any useful information out of her, but it's, like, most closely related to the developments we've seen so far, I'd say. Welcome, Tokisaka. Kyoko was there to greet me like always. Coffee, please. Coming right up. Please wait a minute. Was being more polite than usual, probably because there were other customers around. I didn't recognize any of them. Local housewives, if I had to guess. Here you are. And this one's on the house. Ooh. Sponge cake or something like that, anyway. Yeah, Kyoko served me a cup of coffee and slices of sponge cake. Thanks, I haven't had one of these in ages, so I appreciate it. Can't very well be telling Yukari that you like sponge cake at your age now, can you? So what if I do? No law out there puts an age limit on food. Actually, truth to be told, I wanted to give it to you last night, but well, it didn't seem right then. Sorry if it's a little stale now. Yeah, after all that, I guess sponge cake was the last thing on their mind. Nah, that's no problem. Yesterday sure was something. Personally, I blame the booze. I vaguely recalled the arousing sight of Kyoko's body. Two of us had been in that kind of relationship for over a year now. That said, our connection was purely a carnal one. A pair merely licking each other's wounds. But I'd bet Kyoko would have a different answer if I asked her to describe it. Whatever the case, it was rather dysfunctional. Something the matter? Kyoko suddenly poked my forehead. Your brow's all furrowed. Penny for your thoughts. It's nothing worth talking about, believe me. Not unless I wanted to make the rest of my stay here an awkward one, that was. Okay, that was interesting. Let's just go with the Meguri one, right? I think that's probably a most useful one. Wait, did we actually look at the other one in Inokashira Park? I'm not sure about that. Oh yeah, that was her. Okay, never mind. Silly me. Let's just go with this then. Okay, I retired to the library after dinner. It was there that I found chronicles of local traditions from around the country. However, none of them depicted the custom as bizarre as stuffing a clay doll into an abdomen. Guess it's no surprise. Most cultures wouldn't exactly go around proudly boasting of a tradition that went hand in hand with corpses. In which case, looking into urban legends seemed like the superior avenue. But sadly, no books pertaining to the subject. After all, virtually all the books here had been left to me by my historian parents. Thus I decided I'd place my bet on finding info regarding the clay doll somewhere else. I also wanted to know Masaki's deal, but unfortunately there was nothing in here that could help me there. How am I guess supposed to get to the bottom of that mystery? It would have to be one thing if he simply wanted to keep a secret, but I needed to investigate whatever he was hiding on the off chance it had something to do with the killings. God, my job would be so much easier if he would just spill the beans himself. Bet it would. Although even if he told you, like, everything about Hitogata, which would take, like, forever, that would still not necessarily give you a lead in the case. Except if he told you maybe, like, about the murders there or something. Morning class is concluded with the ringing of the bell. I'm beat. Kohane stretched her arms to the heavens. Didn't you sleep through all the classes? Yukari produced her lunchbox as she chided her friend. Yep, and it was exhausting. You ever try sleeping in one of those chairs? Well, it's a literal pain in the ass, let me tell you. And perhaps you shouldn't sleep if it only makes you more tired. Though even Yukari had to admit that the last class had been as dull as dishwater. Anywho, it's lunch break now, and you know what that means? Food. Kohane pushed her desk into Yukari's. Come on, Yukiko, you too. Oh, alright, sure. Yukiko nodded and dragged her desk over after readying her lunch. Great, then let's dig in. Wait, where's your lunch, Kohane? Kohane had spearheaded this whole feasting movement, yet she was the only one without a lunchbox. Oh, right, my grandma overslept. Oh dear, she's sick? Nah, she's fine. I certainly hope so. So yeah, care to throw an old pal a bone, if you catch my drift? Kohane stared daggers into Yukari's lunchbox. Sure, that's fine. Yukari opened her lunchbox. Decisions. Hey, what's this? Silkworm Popeye boiled in soy. Silkworms, huh? And how about this? Chinese artichokes. Got some kind of bug? Not at all. However, Yukari elaborated no further. I think I'll just settle for a pinch of rice then, that okay? Of course, here you go. Yukari left some rice on the lid of her lunchbox. What about you, Yukiko? What do you got? Nothing special, really. Yukiko revealed her lunch to Kohane. Decisions. Oh, hey, you don't mind if I have some, do you? She's moved over to Yukiko now because Yukari has all that weird stuff in her lunchbox. Suppose not, no. Thanks for the seal of approval. That Kamaboko is mine. Oh. Yukari could have sworn she'd heard Yukiko make a sound that was bereavement incarnate. Oh, poor Yukiko. Is that her favorite side dish or something? I think you'd prefer this boiled fish, personally. Yukiko recommended something else to Kohane. It was probably her least favorite part of the meal. Makes your lunches? My mom, though she always puts in some side dishes I don't like. Yukiko looked uncomfortable. Then why don't we trade? I'll take the fish, while you can take whatever you'd like. No need to be shy. Okay, thank you. Which brings us back to that difficult decision of what is edible in Yukari's lunchbox, right? Yukiko leaned forward and looked into Yukari's lunchbox, only to freeze. What is this? Deep-fried bee larvae. Then what about this? Killifish tempura. That wouldn't happen to be some kind of bug-based tempura with a deceptive name, would it? You know, it's not as if I only eat insects. Kohane had clearly lost it. I think I'll just take some of your rice too. Of course, help yourself. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention something important, Kohane. What's that? The rice has moss maggots mixed into it. What? You're telling me this now? Oh my god, look at the facial expression as well. Kohane covered her mouth and raced out of the classroom. So, what about you, Kayahara? Will you be having anything? Just the artichokes. Okay, then. Since he was bored and had nothing better to do, Masaki decided to clean the office. He swept the dust into a dustpan before dumping it into the trash. Next, he filled a bucket with water and soaked the washcloths in it. Though the water was chilly, the whole thing was a piece of cake compared to the cleaning blitz his family had made him partake in at the end of each year. Occasionally, Masaki would stop at what he was doing to take a quick peek at the documents littering the place. It seemed his new boss had his fingers in a bunch of pies. They ranged from finding people to investigating suspected adulterers, not to mention murder, of course. In fact, homicide cases were among the most common of them all. Second only to missing person reports. And oddly enough, all of those appeared to be focused on one individual. Toko Kuchiki. That name caught Masaki's eye, seeing as her surname was identical to his own hospital's name. There's some sort of connection there. Perhaps she's related to the new director or something. Sort of. He stopped there, realizing all the pondering in the world wouldn't yield any answers. Besides, it was none of his business. Masaki stacked the papers and set them on the shelf. That should do it for the inside. Suppose I might as well clean the outside too while I'm at it. Masaki picked up the broom and walked out the door. There he swept the snow piled up at the entrance to the building. Hold on, Guriko? Suddenly he noticed Meguri was heading his way. Hi there, Masaki. Meguri scanned her surroundings. It's fine, my boss isn't here. But that's good, but you'd rather I call you that anyway, right? Yeah. He didn't know if anyone was listening in after all. Perhaps he was being paranoid, but it never hurt to be cautious. At any rate, what brings you here? Oh, right, I was wondering if you had some time to spare. Well, right now? Masaki looked up at the agency. He didn't have any real work on his plate for the time being. Besides, he'd been assigned to help Meguri with a request. While the job itself was finished, he could still use that as an excuse, or at least, he sure hoped so. Where do you want to go? I still haven't been to Asakusa or Ueno, so those two maybe. And I'd like to get young mistress some souvenirs while I'm at it. Alright, I'm in. Just give me a minute to leave my boss a note. Sure thing. Masaki showed Meguri around Asakusa before taking the subway back to Ueno. That place sure as heck isn't anything like Shigusa Shrine. It actually felt alive. I mean, you can't really compare some shrine out in the middle of nowhere with Asakusa. Shigusa Shrine may have been bigger when it came to pure size though. Mouth-watering aromas fanned out from the food stalls near the station. Think of it, I don't believe I've eaten yet. It was far past lunch, yet the only food he had was a tiny doll cake they'd been selling at a shop on the path to the shrine. Wanna grab a bite from one of those stalls? Let me think. Masaki looked around, and although the takoyaki stall was about the only one not packed, let's say we get some yakisoba. The hair-raising look in the proprietor's eyes scared him away. Isn't that one too crowded, though? True, but the longer the line, the better the food, right? Oh, looks like you're sold out. It was indeed a sign hanging from the yakisoba vendor reading sold out. How about taiyaki then? What about that takoyaki place? Looks like it'd be quick to me. Meguri approached the takoyaki stall before Masaki could even stop her. Welcome. Takoyaki for 2, please. Coming right up. The old man poured batter onto his grill, his voice giving Masaki the chills. Don't you think this guy looks sketchy? Hey, you waited until I ordered before getting to work. I'm sure we can trust him. Takoyaki vendor certainly appeared to know what he was doing, but that didn't guarantee it'd come out good. Masaki was still concerned by the complete lack of a line. And again, perhaps everyone's just too frightened of this man, like me. Hey, Meguri interrupted Masaki's train of thought. Yeah? What the heck is that? She was pointing to a poster on the stall that read, Radio Takoyaki. What radio tower? Oh, right. That thing they're building over in Shiba Park. He'd once seen laborers erecting its steel legs some time ago. How would something like that even look or taste? Excuse me, sir, what's that? Masaki pointed to the poster. Radio Takoyaki, huh? Bigwigs in charge told me to put that up. Well, those arrogant pricks finally learned shit like that don't sell. I mean, she did sound kinda interested though. So, I don't know. The old man suddenly started going on a tirade. Yeah, the name doesn't exactly give people much to go off, does it? Apparently they're holding some survey to give it a nickname. But people like me at the bottom of the rung are the ones who gotta sell it. Well, why not call it Tokyo Takoyaki? Then, since it's made in Tokyo. Bah, 2 on the nose. We'll never catch on. What we need is something more modern. I know, how about Skytree Yaki? So, I mean, I'm guessing this is probably around the time Tokyo Tower was erected, right? I don't know. I think you're too far ahead of your time, sir. This is why I hate kids these days. So set in their ways, they were willing to take risks. All done, here you are. The old man produced 2 orders of takoyaki. Thank you so much. Back soon. Masaki and Meguri left the stall behind them and leaned against the nearby concrete wall. The pair stuffed their cheeks with the piping hot takoyaki. It was neither good nor bad, just average. For a moment, Masaki couldn't understand why the stall got no customers. But then he realized that to be the creepy aura the old man exuded. Right. I poured over the note Masaki had left for me. Goddamn nitwit can't even play secretary for a day, can he? And again, he did clean the office. Guess I'll cut him some slack. Ultimately, I decided not to expect anything of him. Not gonna waste another evening looking for this nitwit, though. It's too much of a hassle, and besides, he'll be back, even if I don't. Still, might as well go out for a spell anyway. Okay, so we have a bunch of different options now to choose from again. But which do we click? So, I'm guessing that one scene that I was remembering, it might still be coming up. Ueno maybe. Well, let's just click through all of them, I guess. Ueno Station was drenched in the dying vermilion rays of sunset. It was relatively packed, probably because there were a lot of people heading home for the holiday season. However, there was a deserted space, even amidst all that hustle and bustle. Save for a parroted center, that is. One of them was the takoyaki vendor, while the other one was Natsume of all people. It seemed she was purchasing some takoyaki. Well, what do we have here? Natsume gave me her full attention after noticing me. Buying some takoyaki? What, don't tell me you never get a hankering for some yourself. Once in a while, I guess. But my mouse was currently salivating due to the aroma of bean jam muffins wafting from a nearby stall instead. Here you are. Mighty big thanks. Natsume took her takoyaki from the old man. Want some? Sure, if you're offering. Oh, but they're real hot, so I'd better blow on them before feeding ya. On second thought, I just lost my appetite. Okay. Alright, this might be it, but let's look at the other ones first. A stroll into Kuchiki Hospital's lobby. Wait, so Dr. Yamanouchi's off duty today? Afraid so. So much for my questions. Oh well, I guess I'll try another day. Turned around. Whoa. I nearly bumped into Michiru. She almost tripped, but I caught her in the nick of time. Sorry about that, you okay? Michiru nodded. Now that she was standing next to me, I realized she was just about Yukari's height. Maybe she was older than I'd suspected. Must have been her conduct that made her come off as so young. Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, no reason. I released her shoulders. Really? Michiru plopped down onto a nearby bench. She set her stuffed rabbit on her knees and started talking to it. Pops here's such a nice guy, don't you agree, Carol? Pops? Come on, I'm not that old. Or I guess I could be old enough to be her father, but still. I wouldn't know. I haven't seen father lately. You mean he doesn't come to visit? Nope, same for mother. Michiru shook her head. She clearly hadn't been abandoned, seeing as how someone had to have been paying her hospital bills. But it sounded like neglect at the very least. I'm sorry to hear that, must be lonely. Nah, not like I would see them anyway. What does that mean? Michiru lifted her head. Her right eye was clear as crystal. Meanwhile, her left was covered in bandages. I wondered if her choice of words had anything to do with that. Oh, so she's blind maybe or something? But I can see you, Pops. Gee, thanks. Hard to say what exactly she meant by that, but yeah. I feel like that could be important, that piece of information. Musings raced through my head as I took a walk through the dusk-lit Inokashigara Park. Sad thoughts were in the case, of course. I hadn't made any progress over the last few days. Though I'd been stopping by the MPD and asking for updates whenever they had time, they hadn't turned up anything helpful. Thus, focusing on the nitwit was my best play at the moment. Though I'd proven his innocence, he was still far too sketchy, especially considering the fact that he was going by a fake name. Maybe it was time I took the kid gloves off. It's Koane again. Oh hey, your brother Tokisaka, right? My reverie was interrupted by a girl. Girl I could have sworn I'd seen before, in fact. Yukari's brother, aren't you? It was then that I finally remembered. She was a friend Yukari had brought home once. Right, her name was... Anyo Tori, right? Uh-huh. Kohane Tori. Kohane bowed. You looked really lost in thought there. Yeah, you could say that. Mind if I take a shot at reading your mind? I doubt you'll hit the mark, but sure, knock yourself out. It's elementary, my dear Watson. You were thinking about a case. Alright. I'd forgotten she knew I was a detective. Did you know they found a body in this very park almost 2 years ago? Yeah. Of course I did. I was the one who'd worked that case after all. Guessing you're not thinking about that one. Definitely not. It's been done and dusted for quite some time now. There was no point digging it up after so long. That said, it was possible he had something to do with this case as well. Though I really hope that was just my hyperactive paranoia at work. Alright then. It's elementary, my dear Watson. You're thinking about tonight's dinner, aren't you? She was completely off base, but I didn't feel like playing this game any longer. Kari said fried water bugs were in tonight's menu. Priority list change. Saving my stomach first, contemplating the case later. Yukari must be stopped, no matter the cost. I guess I wonder how often Reiji gets to eat her bugs and stuff. So far, it seems like her cooking was rather normal, you know, but when she prepares stuff for herself, that's a different matter. The sun beat directly down on Obergirls Academy. What the heck am I even doing here? Yukari is just about the only person I know in this place anyway. Oh hey, you're Tokisaka's brother. Hey, you're Kayahara, right? May I please ask you a favor? A favor? Sure, go ahead. I'll do whatever I can, so as long as it's within my power. Could you please do something about your sister's bog mania? Sorry, but you'd have better luck swimming across the Pacific. Believe me, I would have done something about that ages ago if I could. Couldn't remember exactly when Yukari's bog obsession began. It was either when she found an insect encyclopedia in our library, or after she started reading Faber's Souvenirs Entomologics. I don't know. Probably pronounced that wrong, but whatever. Whatever the case, by the time I'd realized she'd been seized by bog fever, it was far too late. And while I'd been through the hells of war and back, even I screamed at the sight of our table covered in legions of doodle bugs she dug out of the ground. I shivered with repulsion as she subsequently explained to me that they could only move backward. Something the matter? It's nothing, just reliving some past trauma is all. I rub my arms to make the goosebumps fade. So there's no stopping her then? Nope. Welcome to hell. The two of us sighed in nigh perfect unison. It's kinda amusing, that one. Alright, which one are we gonna go with then? I think the one in Kuchiki Hospital might be the most relevant to the story. You know. So let's go with that. But anyways. Okay. Let's just stick with that for the time being. It was dark as late outside by the time Masaki escorted Meguri back to her hotel. Thanks for today, really. You're going to need to hire your own personal pack mule at this rate. Masaki was encumbered by shopping bags yet again. Come on, most of the stuff isn't for me this time. There's that sash clip I got for young mistress, not to mention all those things I bought Yayoi. Well, I suppose I can't blame you since you can't get any of this back in Hitogata. Got that right. Usually I'd have to ask people visiting Tokyo to pick this stuff up for me. But now it's my turn to play Santa Claus to the village. Meguri grinned. When are you leaving? Saturday, I guess. Though I won't be back until Sunday, since it's a day-long trip. I see, and I take it they already know about me back there? Yeah, I wouldn't have known to come look for you here otherwise. Point taken. He wondered exactly how much they knew. At the very least, he felt it was safe to assume they hadn't realized he was going by Tomoyuki Masaki. Say, Guriku, I know, you don't want to get married at all, right? Figured as much. I'm sorry. They'd had this back and forth several times already. I haven't let them know I found you. I just tell them I failed when I get back. Thank you. Anyway, I want to go see Yokohama tomorrow. You're still up for sightseeing? Come on, how many other chances am I going to get to visit? I'll tag along, right? Well, I know I shouldn't, but I might as well since you're in town and everything. Oh wow, that was lag there, whatever that was. Assuming that Eiji wasn't fed up with him playing hooky by now, anyway. Hey, thanks. Meguri picked up her bags. I'll take those up to your room for you. Thanks, but I've got them. See you tomorrow. Meguri vanished into the hotel. Masaki didn't plan to return home after all these years. He couldn't. Not after what he'd done. Well. No, it's still not yet. Not quite there. Apparently that's, gonna happen later. Just so you know, you have today off. I informed Masaki of my decision as soon as I arrived at the office. Are you sure? Not like you're going to stick around to take my calls anyway, yeah? I'm sorry about that. Somehow it's even more insulting when he doesn't even try to defend himself. That said, you'd better be back by nightfall. Yes, of course. Masaki bowed. I couldn't take him where I was going today. Nor did I want him around if I got a call regarding the stuff I was looking into. That'd be one hell of a mess. Which was why I figured it would be best to let him off the leash for the moment. I'll be hitting the road now that I've got that out of the way. Understood. Ah, okay, so maybe he's gonna ask about this guy here or something. About Masaki's / Ayato's past, whatever. A large Daimler sports car sat in the lot next to mine. Maybe a bigwig representative from somewhere was visiting. I went inside and looked for Koharu. She wasn't anywhere to be found in the lobby. Knowing her, she was probably working in one of the rooms, if not her office. In retrospect, I should have made an appointment, but I couldn't have done that with Masaki around. Wait, I could have just used any old phone booth on my way over. Hindsight was a bitch. Still, there was no point crying over spilled milk, so I decided to look around for Koharu. I strolled into the inpatient ward. Weird, I thought Koharu's office was around here. Oh. Whoops, sorry about that. She must be important in some form or another, because why else would she appear like whenever we have a choice to, you know, visit the hospital during our selection sessions, I guess. I stopped in my tracks after almost bumping into Michiro as I rounded the corner. Actually, this is a perfect timing. Do you know where Dr. Yamanouchi is? Who? I only figured that she didn't remember her doctor's names. Wasn't uncommon for a lot of patients, really. Dr. Koharu Yamanouchi. She takes care of you, doesn't she? Oh, you mean Ururu. Koharu-chan. Koharu-chan's in her office. That wasn't much help since I was already lost and all.
こっち
This way. Michiru took my hand. She's showing me the way. Well, that's awfully nice of her. Little did I know how wrong I was. Unless Koharu had somewhere moved her office out of the hospital, that is.
どうして外に出たのかな
What are we doing outside exactly?
こっちこの窓
This way, through the window. I stood on my tiptoes and looked through the window, wondering why in the world this had merited a trip outside. Then quickly realized I was staring right into the nurse's locker room. What the fuck? Held in a shout and hightailed it out of there before anyone saw me.
違うぞここは
Hey, what's the big idea?
あれ
Oops.
こっち
Maybe it's this one. Michiru pointed to the next window over. This turned out to be the men's locker room. I'd probably end up in the psych ward for life. That said, I could have just gone inside and checked the appropriate room since I knew where it was now. Yet I looked inside anyway, against all better judgment. Aha, she was actually right this time. Koharu was sitting on a sofa talking to someone. Couldn't make out their identity, but it appeared to be a woman. Guess she's got a visitor.
いた
She there?
ありがとうな
Yeah, thanks. Despite that little mishap, she had helped me to find the office at the end of the day. So I thanked her all the same.
誰か着替えて
Sometimes you just have to go use unconventional means, right, to get what you want. Someone getting changed.
勝ってて覗く
So that what was on purpose.
俺が
better not tell anyone you hear.
内緒だからな
I had nothing to feel guilty about since it was entirely an accident. But I want Michiru just to be safe.
た内緒にする
You mean keep it a secret?
そう約束してくれる
I'd
とありがたい
really appreciate it if you promised that, yeah.
分かった
Okay, then you got
約
it.
束する
Promise. Michiru nodded. That meant I didn't have to worry about getting dirty glances from the nurses here for the rest of my life. Though the idea of Michiru casually spilling the beans struck me as frighteningly plausible scenario. Yeah, especially because you backstabbed her several times already whenever she was doing something she shouldn't be, right? I went back inside and strolled down the hallway, and that corresponded with the window's location, as best as I could tell anyway. A sign reading Yamanouchi hung from the door right next to the woman's locker room. I raised my hand to knock. No, wait, better not. Koharu's probably still busy with a visitor. Should wait out here until they wrap things up. It was with those thoughts that I leaned against the nearby wall and held still. Faint whispers of conversation sifted through the gaps in the door. The two appeared to be discussing some new medication. Pharmaceutical business, huh? Not that any of it was my concern. Though maybe the same couldn't be said for the girl who was mimicking me.
何
Something in my face?
いや君は
No, it's just, are you sure you're allowed to be here? Yep. Her assurance was highly suspect. I knew someone would come looking for her sooner or later if she was lying.
それでは失礼いたします。
Good day to you. A woman suddenly emerged from Koharu's office.
どうも。
Pardon me. He greeted me before strutting away. Koharu wasn't too far behind her.
あら、
Oh, Mr. Tokizaka.
どうも
Good morning. Who was that?
四谷にあるひながみ
Oh, that was Karen.
ひながみカレン
Karen Hinagami, a representative of Hinagami Pharmaceuticals over in Yotsuya. She came to discuss supplying us with one of her company's latest products. So it was pharmaceutical business. I knew I'd heard right.
ところで時坂さんは何
Incidentally, what brings you here, Mr. Tokisa? No, wait. First things first. Is it almost time for your checkup, Miss Shirosaki?
検査の時間ではありませんか。
もう終わった
All done. Ichiro shook her head. Your bandages would have been swapped out if it were. Don't think you can fib your way out of this one. They're, repurposed. Awfully big word for her. You do know Nurse Sawashiro will tell me the truth if I go ask her, don't you? What? She's working here? Sawashiro?
今日はやっ
She has the night shift today. Damn, Michiro's putting up one hell of a fight. Not that I was on her side, of course.
検査だったら行った方がいいんじゃないか。
You really should be attending all your checkups, you know. If not for you, then at least for that doctor whose time you're wasting. Michiru glared at me resentfully with her uncovered eye. Uh-oh, this could get ugly if she throws this tantrum.
今日はいいものを見せてくれてありがと
That
う。
was a nice thing you showed me earlier, you know. Thanks for that. In exchange, I'll come hang out with you next time and around. Only so as long as you go to your checkup today, okay? Okay. I ruffled Michiru's hair, to which she replied by nodding reluctantly.
じゃあ
Bye. Michiru walked away with her stuffed rabbit in hand.
あの子検査や投薬を
Shirosaki really hates checkups and medicine. More than most people, I mean. The doctor said it might be related to some past trauma of hers.
なるほど。
I see. That explained why she was always running away. It also meant her doctors couldn't pressure her into them precisely because they knew it was tied to her trauma.
ところで白崎さんに見せて
By the way, what was it that Miss Shirosaki showed you? Said it was something nice, I believe. Damn me and my big mouth.
それは秘密ですよ。
Sorry, that's between me and her. We promised. If I told Koharu about the women's locker room, she'd never help me with another investigation again.
正木智之さんについては
Truth to be told, we have some problems ourselves with regards to Tomoyuki Masaki. That was Koharu's response when I asked her about Masaki.
ご家族の方と連絡が取れないです
We can't get in touch with his family, though that said, he did inform us he had no relatives back when he started his treatment. On the other hand, he told me that he'd had no contact with his family in over a decade. Which was the lie.
通院
You mean back when he was being seen by Rokushiki? I mean, Dr.
佐藤先生
Saido.
の精神科を受診していた子
I mean, you can use the name. She knows all about it, doesn't she? Yes, all we have is the address he wrote on his patient registration.
診療記
What
録
about his medical chart? Is there anything there? Koharu shot me a glare that seemed to scream, "Oh, you've got to be kidding me."
去年の春
Security regarding our charts has cranked up ever since a certain someone borrowed one of them last spring.
そういえばそんな
Oh
こと
yeah, I almost forgot about that. Man, what I'd give to slug that asshole in the face. Or so I'd think if it didn't mean leaving me nursing a massive shiner, that is. His doctor has his new chart under lock and key, so you can't steal a look at it.
正木さんの詳しい症状を盗み見ることはできませんよ
でしょうね。
Yeah, that figures. Couldn't afford to ask her to help me on this one. She'd already done more than enough for me as it stood. I'd just have to settle for Masaki's previous address. Or maybe I'd turn something up if I checked the local town hall and looked up his original address there. Okay. I left the hospital and drove over to Sakuradamon. If I'm not mistaken, that should be our... I've been thinking about that for a moment. I believe Sakuradamon is that right next to the Emperor's Palace, I think. I left the hospital and drove over to Sakuradamon. Once there, I parked behind the MPD and went in. It wasn't long before I found myself in CID Section 1. Hardly anyone was around, save for a punchable face sitting behind his desk. I really love how this novel is written sometimes. The choice of words is never fails to make me chuckle, I guess.
よう、ヤギ沼。
Hey there, Yaginuma.
先輩です。
Oh, you. Yaginuma got to his feet wearing one hell of a cranky visage. As usual, right?
疲れているみたいだな。
It's like someone could use a nap.
当たり前でしょ。
What else would you expect? I've investigators all over the city, yet none of them have brought me anything of use.
現状の遺留品などからも
So everything found at the crime scenes was a dead end?
え
Indeed,
え。
save for those clay dolls, which we have yet to uncover anything resembling. All of them had already been part of the apartments. Compounding this predicament is the lack of witnesses for the estimated times of deaths. Our killer appears to have deliberately struck at periods where no one else was around. Inuma sighed. I now regret ever enlisting your services. We'd at least have someone behind bars if not for you.
そいつは悪かった
Well, excuse me. That might have made him feel better, but it wouldn't have actually solved the case. But I digress. What brings you to my neck of the woods?
大洋監獄にいるアイ
You
ス
still got that guy in detention, yeah? I'm here to see him. You mean Makoto Rokushiki? Detention, I was specifically referring to the MPD's holding cells. Under normal circumstances, Makoto Rokushiki would have been tried and sentenced ages ago. However, he'd hardly said a word in nearly 2 years. And so the police had been forced to keep him in their custody, much as they hated it. In a sense, it was impressive that he'd maintained the silence he'd been entitled to since his arrest. Or at least it would have been, if this whole thing wasn't so personal for me. I believe you're already aware, but he won't say a word regarding that case.
分かってるさ
I know. The case was already solved. Though he hadn't been tried, that was a conclusion I'd come to after hearing his piece.
今日聞きたい
I'm
の
here to ask him about a different matter altogether. I still don't believe he will talk, but suit yourself. Yaginuma produced a document and started filling it out. So show this to the jailer if you would. Oh, and please return to see me once you're finished. There's something I must discuss with you. I'm surprised you would let him see the him so without any hesitation, because normally it's like you know, he tries to keep Reiji out of his work as much as possible.
分かった
Sure thing. Maybe he's hoping that he's turned something up by talking to him. It wasn't long before I found myself in the MPD's detention center. A drab interrogation room stood before me. I gave Yaginuma's permission slip to the jailer, sat down and waited. My blood ran cold. Despite the circumstances, it felt like I was the one on the chopping block here. Maybe the fact that I'd quit the force was partially to blame. Still, I had to be grateful that the police were willing to accommodate my whims at all. Suddenly the door opened, revealing none other than Makoto Rokushiki. He was clad in ratty clothes and handcuffs. The jailer gestured him forward until he was sitting across from me.
お久しぶりです
Long time no see. Rokushiki didn't respond. His countenance was as peaceful as a monk's, the kind of face you'd never expect to see in someone who'd been locked up for nearly 2 years. He didn't appear to be the least bit haggard either. Sure, his cheeks looked gaunt, but he'd always been a scraggly guy, so maybe my eyes were just playing tricks on me. Damn, guess Yaginuma wasn't kidding about the whole silent act, huh? That bastard hadn't said a single word this whole time. However, I couldn't tell whether that was because he was refusing to talk at all, or he was just waiting for me to get down to business.
今日はあなたに確認したいこと
I'm here to ask you about something. It has nothing to do with that case, of course. I got that out of the way right out of the bat, yet he didn't so much as blink in response. So that didn't get a rise out of him, huh? Maybe he had already suspected as much. He had figured I wouldn't have come to dig up that old case after all this time. Stop. Keep your cool, Reiji. Don't start jumping at shadows. That's exactly what he wants.
正木智之
You remember a Tomoyuki Masaki, I take it?
あなたが担当
He
し
used to be a patient of yours. Rokushiki raised an eyebrow ever so slightly upon hearing my question. He remembers him. That reaction said it all.
彼がなぜあなたの元で治療を
I want to
受けていた
know
か知りたい
exactly why he started seeing you. I studied Rokushiki's visage. The faintest hints of a smile danced across his lips. I could tell he was sneering from that motion alone. He's not going to tell me, is he? By no means was it for some noble bullshit like maintaining his patient's rights to privacy. No, it was simply exasperated that I thought I could get an answer out of him so easily, if I had to guess.
彼は一時期看護婦だった
He
上
was
園真由を殺害したと
temporarily
取り調べを
suspected of murdering a nurse by the name of Mayu Kamizono. I don't like tipping my hand to him, but it's the only way I'll get that bastard to talk. Rokushiki raised his eyebrow once again upon hearing the nurse's name. Hardly a surprise, since she'd once worked for him.
He
was ultimately proven innocent, but he's still extremely suspect. Based on how he's likely living under an alias and tried to kill himself, I'd say there's something he wants to escape. Rokushiki didn't even bat an eyelash. At first, I thought it was because he'd been suspected of killing Mayu Kamizono. But that's not the case, is it? He's concealing his identity to hide from something, which I believe is what triggered his mental illness and brought him to you. Am I wrong? Quite the imagination you have there. A hoarse timbre resounded. He'd spoken. Rokushiki had actually spoken. His voice was withered, almost as if it truly had been nearly 2 years since he'd last used it. I gestured to the glass of water on the table in front of him. However, he made no move to take it. It was almost as if he was telling me he needn't speak again. Tomoyuki Masaki's trying to escape some sort of trauma stemming from an incident in his past. That sound about right to you? I'd already assumed as much before coming here. Therefore, I doubted Rokushiki would have anything to say to that. Meaning I'd have to take this one step further. It has something to do with his time on the battlefield. No, that's not it, is it? Rokushiki smirked. Masaki's trauma likely wasn't anything that obvious. It would help if I at least knew when he began going by his alias. Wait, he told me he hadn't spoken to his family in over a decade. If that were true, then he'd likely been hiding his true identity for more than 10 years now. Which would place the starting point either during the war or in the chaos that followed Japan's surrender. Many family registers were lost during that time, creating a period where anyone could get their hands on a new register by simply applying for one. Thus, it seemed unlikely that his trauma had nothing to do with the war itself. No, hold up. Someone really have changed their name just to escape from past trauma? Maybe there was something more definitive at play, something that would have forced him to live incognito. If so, then the most likely scenario was... murdered someone, didn't he? Oh, okay. Precisely. Rokushiki's voice was loud and clear. Damn. Damn, I did not remember that piece of information at all, to be honest. I mean, I've played this game before, but years ago, so... The sky was decked out in flecks of red by the time I returned to CID Section 1. Sorry this late, huh? Maybe I should just head straight home. My mind was exhausted from the strain of dealing with Rokushiki. How did you fare? Yaginuma called out as soon as he saw me. Beat. Getting Rokushiki to sing is quite a feat. Even I, of all people, have only managed it a handful of times. Wanna toot your own horn a little louder, deaf buddy? How you know I got him to talk? Oh, please, don't debase me. You would have declared the affair a complete waste of time had you failed. The fact that you claimed to be exhausted instead implies you got something out of him, did you not? No, exactly. More like he just agreed with me. It doesn't look like he'll answer any questions unless you've already figured out the answer. I say, still, wouldn't that be considered a leading question on your part? Exactly, meaning it won't count as testimony. You'd have to handle him perfectly to get anything that's admissible in court. Though I did believe the inspectors here had the skills to pull that off when all was said and done. That said, I think the only reason he talked today was because my questions had nothing to do with his case. I was sure he'd clam up again once it came to the Rokushiki case. Hey, you said you got him to talk a handful of times, yeah? What do you say? Nothing worth mentioning. Yaginuma looked away. Judging from that reaction, Rokushiki had probably only asked if he could use the restroom or something of the sort. Let's set all of that aside. Take a look at this, if you will. Yaginuma held out a stack of papers.
典型会の信者名簿です。
This is a list of the blessed congregation's faithful. It should come as no surprise that Mizuki Itose was one of them. However,
神園の信者じゃな
let me guess, Mayu Kamizono wasn't. I assumed as much from how Yaginuma spoke.
そうです。
Correct. Therefore, the blessed congregation is no longer solidly linked to this case.
神園前の
Maybe one of her friends or family is a member.
信者はいないのか
There's still a chance of them.
そのあたりの
One of them could have gotten her mixed up in everything.
それは上園真由の関係者
We have no way of knowing that unless we investigate all of her associates. This roster will not aid us there.
低い可能性に時間を
And it would be a pretty big waste of time to gamble on such a shot in the dark, wouldn't it?
こちらの捜査方針
Quite.
典型
Thus,
会
it
は
appears we shall be ceasing our investigation of the blessed congregation for the time being.
伝えておきますよ
I shall inform Toji Aoki. Clever bastard. Kept that little saw to myself. Toji likely wouldn't stop probing the blessed congregation just because they'd been taken off the list of suspects. She was no lapdog. She'd carry out her investigation with or without the police's say-so. If anything, having Yaginuma order her around would tick her off so badly that she'd keep investigating just to spite him. I mean, that's the only plausible course of action with that guy, right? Which was likely that the man himself was banking on. He was setting the board for the possibility that the blessed congregation would come up again over the course of investigation. If it turned out it didn't, and Toji had just been wasting her time, it'd be of no consequence to him. Hence the reverse psychology, otherwise it'd be too late to act if he stopped investigating them for real, only to discover later down the line that they truly had been relevant.
まそっちが伝えてくれるなら
Sure, that's a big help. I don't want her barking my ear off after all. Anyway, you don't mind if I borrow this list, do you?
構いますよ当然
I do, very much
これは
so.
こちらの資料です
This roster is police property. You can't be handing it over indiscriminately to any outsider who comes asking for it. Ugh, it sucks when he's right. Yeah, everyone hates this guy, I feel like. Okay, so it was past 5:30 p.m. by the time Masaki brought Meguri back to her hotel after their outing in Yokohama.
今日もありがとうね
Thanks again. There's no need for that, really. My boss gave me the day off, after all.
気を回してくれたのか
Think he was trying to be nice?
それはないと思う
Somehow I doubt that. Masaki hadn't told that Eiji was going to Yokohama. Not that he believed his new boss would have given him anything more than an exasperated sigh if he'd heard that, though. It bummed Masaki out a little that he'd been branded a waste of space.
それにしても
Anyway, I'm shocked you bought so much today. Masaki's good arm was laden with bags, bulging with clothes and accessories Meguri had bought at a foreign settlement over in Yokohama. Chinatown, I guess, then.
もういくつかは
I've already mailed some of my stuff home.
これも
Gonna have to do the same to these, or I'll
持って帰れないわね
never be able to bring back everything. Meguri chuckled.
部屋まで持っていくよ
Let me bring these up to your room.
あありがとう
Oh, sure, thanks. Wait, actually, hold that thought.
何
Why, something wrong?
これからお客さんが来るから
Well, someone's coming to visit me, and it's probably best they didn't see you.
誰が来る
Who is it?
ななこさんだけど
Well, Nanako.
それは
Yeah, I'd rather not bump into her.
いいだ
He hadn't seen her since his suicide attempt. Now that Meguri had found him, he figured it was only a matter of time until she did as well. But he wanted to put that off for as long as possible.
俺に会ったことは言わないでくれるか
Please don't tell her you found me, okay?
分かってる
Wasn't planning on it. Meguri nodded.
6時くらいに
You'll
は来
be
るから
here around 6, so the sooner you go, the better.
この荷物だけは運ぶよ
At least let me take these to your room. Should still have enough time for that. Meguri, if you insist. Masaki brought the shopping bags to Meguri's hotel room.
ごめんねありがとう
Thanks, I really appreciate it.
このくらいのこと
Hey, what are
何も
friends
問題
for?
ないよ
Masaki checked the time after putting the bags down.
そろそろ出た方が
Think I should get going.
そうねじゃあまた
Yeah, alright then.
今度ね
Later.
ああ
Yeah. Masaki went back down to the lobby and froze. Standing in the hotel's lounge was a woman he knew all too well. It was still a little before 6 p.m. He had to hide before she spotted him. Thus Masaki turned around, fled down the first floor hallway. He passed through the linen room, unlocked the back door, and escaped outside. Phew. Masaki took a deep breath once he was far enough from the hotel. I doubt she saw me. All he could do now was have faith in Meguri and pray she wouldn't rat him out. Okay. I was close, I guess. Yukari headed straight for her brother's agency in Shinjuku as soon as school ended. By the time she'd bought some living essentials and finished cleaning the place up, it was already dark out. Masaki hadn't returned yet. Yukari cleaned the kitchenette, took out the trash, and stuffed her brother's laundry into a bag. It was then that she spotted a tiny spider crawling across the paper on the desk. Though reluctant, since it was rather cold outside, she ultimately decided to let the creature loose. She picked up the paper carrying the limping spider. The creature appeared to have lost one of its legs. Yukari remembered hearing that arthropods had no sense of pain. And since the spider had 8 legs, perhaps losing one didn't impede it in any meaningful way. Or perhaps this tiny creature had a different sense of pain than humans and was fighting its own brand of agony. Yukari opened the window and placed the paper on the edge of the wall. Eventually the spider stuck to the wall and crawled outside. Once that happened, she closed the window. She didn't expect to be rewarded in the form of a spider's thread, like Kandata had in hell. Especially not after she'd thrown that spider out in the cold for her own selfish reasons. I don't know that story, so yeah, I can't really comment on that. But yeah, anyways, let's continue. Yukari put the document back where she'd found it. The words locating someone caught her eye. Curious, she pored over the document. Normally she'd try not to stick her nose into her brother's business, so naturally she had no idea who this Naori Kuroya even was. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Masaki, I didn't mean to intrude. Yukari set the paper down and bowed when she saw Masaki enter the office. Intrude? What are you talking about? This is your brother's agency. It's not like it's my home or anything. But you are living here for the time being. Oh, that reminds me. Yukari strolled right past Masaki and over to the kitchenette. I brought a teacup just for you. I also got you a coffee mug, so please use that. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for all the trouble. Oh, I also bought a winter coat for when you get cold. Also, please give your laundry to my brother and clean it at home. Man, isn't she just the sweetest? I'm not so sure about that. Somehow I doubt he would approve. Don't have to worry about that. I'll be sure to have a word with him first. Yukari smiled at Masaki. Use the portable stove if you ever want to cook something. They should have all the food you'll ever need at the Nico by the station. Yukari checked the clock. It was just past 6:30 p.m. I think they're open until 7. Are there any bath houses around here? I think there's one around Hanazona Shrine, but it's not exactly the best neighborhood, so... Indeed. That was where the Black Market and Red Light District had once been located. Thank you, I'll watch my back. Please call us if anything ever comes up. Our number is right over there. Yukari pointed to the phone. I'll leave you be now. Oh, one last thing. I've told the landlord that the sink is clogged, so he should be sending a repairman to fix it soon. Quite the lifesaver. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do without you. I mean, quite literally a lifesaver, right? Don't say that. This is about all I'm good for, that's all. Yukari picked up a garbage bag in one hand and a bag with Reiji's clothes in the other. I'll be going now. Have a good night, Mr. Masaki. Oh, hold on. Let me walk you home. I appreciate your sentiment, but I'll be fine, really. There's no need to worry about me. Yukari left Masaki with those words. Once outside, she tossed a garbage bag in the building's trash collection spot. She also nearly left her brother's laundry there, resulting in a chocolate at her own expense.
さてと
Now then, time to get home and make dinner. Nico was still open at this hour, so she decided to drop by there to round up ingredients first. Right. Ooh, the murderer POV, huh? A woman lay collapsed on the floor. Still breathing, huh? It happened so spontaneously that the blow hadn't been as fatal as hoped. A pair of hands donned gloves before carefully wiping fingerprints off the marble clock that had been used in the attack. Not only was its glass cover broken, but the hands had stopped as well. The gloved fingers turned the clock back around 3 hours. A little trickery like that wouldn't fool anyone. However, it would at least puzzle the police for a minute or two. Once finished, the clock was smashed against the woman's skull like a headman's axe. Yeah, we better put up the... I mean, that does not look much like anything, just a blood stain, but it could get worse, you know. Her body jolted and disgorged spatters of blood. How she was killed wasn't important. All that matters was the presentation of the corpse. The dying woman was rolled face up and gagged with a towel. A pair of eyes scanned their master. A black cloak donned upon confirmation that they'd been spared of stain by any blood splatter. Utmost caution had to be taken regarding personal appearance, so no suspicion would be aroused when the time came to leave the hotel. With all that settled, the knife was unsheathed. Let's get to work. The blade lunged for the woman's abdomen. Aw, shame. I liked Meguri, man. It could be, Sawashiro as well, technically, since she was there, I guess. It pierced her through without meeting any resistance whatsoever. Blood gushed from the new opening. The wound was widened carefully to ensure that there'd be no excess blood splatter. Suddenly, the woman's body convulsed. Still alive. This is no consolation, I know. But for what it's worth, I feel terrible about this. I'm so sorry that I couldn't grant you a swift, painless death. I send a sincere apology to the dull orbs blankly staring back at them. But it's fate's cruel games that are to blame for this. You've done nothing wrong. The woman stopped convulsing. Her head weakly slumped to the side. Those moments of personal lament did nothing to stop the knife from slicing open her abdomen. She bled far less than before, probably because she'd gone limp. Her guts were ripped out, expanding the space within her abdomen. The tip of the blade had long since punctured her uterus, leaving a gaping opening. Moments later, the uterus was meticulously carved up. It wasn't like anything was there, however. Nothing but the wielder of the knife's immense hatred for that organ spurred them on. The clay doll was stuffed, and once the wound in her abdomen was wide enough. This is proof of the curse. A needle and a thread were used to stitch up the abdomen. The work was done in a flash, signifying growing familiarity with the task. Next order of business, I surveyed the room. They soon locked onto a double-doored closet. Shortly thereafter, it was opened, the clothes hanging within shoved to the side. A western belt was soon discovered and strung around the corpse's arms. The body was wrapped in a blanket and carried over to the closet, ensuring no blood dirtied the black cloak. Once there, the belt was tied to the rail supporting the hangers. The same was done with the woman's other arm. There, that should do it. The blanket was promptly unraveled, eliciting a smile at the parody of a crucifixion. She should at least die looking pretty. The blood trickling down her forehead was scooped up and smeared over her lips. Ooh la la, look at that. I can't show that one though. That's a terrifying image, man, huh? Well, yeah, that's definitely Meguri, but as expected. Well, yeah, so far it's not as bad as you'd think. Good. Red lipstick is perfect for a fashionista like her. Wait, how does the murderer know all that shit? Alright. Okay. We can bring that back up. Awoke to the shrill shrieking of the phone. Drowsiness slowly purged itself from my system as I checked the clock. It was 7 a.m. Fortunately for me, that meant Yukari was probably still around to answer. Hello? Like clockwork. Still, I knew I'd have to get up anyway since the phone was likely for me. And so I got out of my futon and grabbed my carton of cigarettes. I crunched one between my lips, only to remember I didn't keep an ashtray in the house. Maybe declaring the house a no-smoking zone had been short-sighted on my part. Guess I'll just have to save it for the office. Boy, this sucks. Good morning, Reiji. You have a call from Mr. Masaki.
まさきから
Him? What
なん
for?
だって
No, that I hadn't seen coming. Something happened? He says that Mr. Yaginuma called and asked you to call him back right away. Yaginuma, huh? There must have been a development in the case, and right about when I'd expected one too.
あれゆかり
Wait, hold up, did you tell Masaki her phone number? I knew I hadn't at least, though really that was totally my fault for forgetting. Yes, when I went to clean up the office yesterday. Speaking of which, how many times must I ask you to bring your dirty laundry home?
悪い悪い
Right, sorry, I'll keep that in mind next time. Alright, guess I won't be spending the night there anytime soon, actually. Picked up the phone and dialed the MPD. Though the city's telephone system was automatic, the police's internal line still used the manual service. Thus I had to ask the operator to patch me through to CID Section 1. Hello, you've reached the Criminal Investigation Division, Section 1.
柳沼時坂だ
It's Tokisaka, what's up? I hear you called my office. We have a third one on our hands. Crime scene is a hotel in Ochanomizu. I hate it when I'm right. And I'd been hoping to have a solid suspect before a third victim popped up too. I suppose us police deserve criticism for our negligence this time, for you see, the suspect in the first murderer was witness at the scene. Wait, the suspect in Mayu Kamizono's case was that dumbass.
被害者の身元は
Do you have an ID on the victim? The hotel's records list her as Meguri Takamiya, a tourist. I see. I suspected as much when I heard that Nitwit was the suspect, but why her?
目撃されたバ
The
グは
Nitwit
俺
you're
の
looking
事務所
for
に
is at my agency. Oh, so that would mean the man I spoke to was... Whatever is the meaning of this, sir?
暴れられても厄介だ
Can't have him causing a scene.
身柄を
Take him into custody on the double. But of course, Yaginuma abruptly hung up. God damn it. I cursed myself. Though I'd actually known the victim this time around, I wasn't the least bit upset. I was growing numb to all the deaths around me. No, I was breaking. Leiji, something bad happened, didn't it? Kari timidly called out to me concerning sculpting her features. I have to go now.
出かけてくる
What time did you see Masaki last night?
先に会ったのは何時頃だ
From 6:30 to just before 7. Did something happen to him?
心配する
Don't worry, it's gonna be okay.
お前は授業
You
が
have
ある
school
だろ
today, yeah?
行ってこいよ
And you'd better hit the road or you'll be late. Right, I'll be going now. Yeah, she doesn't seem particularly satisfied with that explanation, huh? But, I mean, Reiji doesn't usually tell her more than she needs to know, so out of consideration. Yukari exited the living room. God damn it. I sighed again. Nice going, jackass. Even a toddler could have figured out something happened to Masaki from the way you acted. I sped down the Ome highway in my car as fast as I could, ultimately finding multiple police cars surrounding my agency by the time I pulled up. It was almost like they had a serial killer cornered in there, which, depending on the circumstances, may have been a fitting analogy. Get moving. I heard Yaginuma roar as he marched out the building with that handcuffed nitwit in tow. Tokisaka, what is the meaning of this? The words right out of my mouth. Just shut up and go quietly. Yaginuma, you haven't told him about the victim, have you? Of course not. I figured he would make a scene if I did. Something I was not particularly keen on dealing with. He did still put up a struggle, though. Don't be too rough on him. Believe me when I say he's definitely not the culprit. I assumed as much. Otherwise, he would have gone on the lam right after I called him. I watched as Masaki was crammed into a police car and taken away. This was for the best, though. I knew it was better than that I investigated on my own rather than having to deal with him going on a rampage for ill-conceived revenge. Ready to hit the crime scene, Yaginuma? Acting as if they were almost old bodies or something. Which is like the last thing you normally would expect when Reiji interacts with him. But you know, I guess these cases probably do bring you together in some form or another. I followed Yaginuma's police car all the way to a hotel on top of a hill in Ochanomizu. The building was already cordoned off with police rope. The autopsy should have begun by now. Natsume was probably on the scene then. I have business to attend in the lobby, so I'd like to ask that you investigate the crime scene. Yaginuma entered the hotel after leaving me with those instructions. He hadn't told me exactly where the crime scene was, but I doubted I'd have trouble finding it. Okay, I might have to cover up the corpse, or at least only show parts of it. So let me put that up until we're in there, so I can figure out what to show. He hadn't told me exactly. Oh yeah, but never mind. After all those cops were there strictly to preserve that room. I followed Yaginuma into the lobby. The inside was just as packed with officers as the outside. I went up the stairs after asking a nearby cop for the location of the crime scene. Once there, I entered the room with the most officers around and encountered Natsume inspecting the crime scene. Good old Natsume. Fancy seeing you here, Tokisaka. Where's the victim? It was then that I noticed Natsume was scrutinizing the closet. Oh my, holy shit. Okay. A woman's corpse was hanging there like a pair of slacks. I offered a silent prayer before studying her face. Maybe a bit further up. It's not that bad, but it was her, alright. The victim was the very same woman who'd come to me in order to find someone. Her agape lips were coated with dried blood. What stood out most of all was her unnaturally swollen abdomen. Third one's just the same as the rest. No surprise there. Gonna do your detective thing? Yeah. I donned gloves and silently asked Megari for forgiveness. Based on the past murders, I knew I most likely wouldn't find anything of note apart from the contents of her abdomen. So instead I had to focus on why she had been killed. Alright, so let's have a look. All sorts of purchases filled the bags labeled Yokohama. They were probably souvenirs she'd been planning to give to friends back home. Okay, yeah, nothing else there. The hotel's guest book claims our victim is Megari Takamiya, a tourist from Toyama.
富山からこっちに出てきてたみたいですな。
え
Yeah, I know.
なんや、
Oh, did Yaginuma tell you?
出ました？
Something like that. Decided to explain the story to Natsume later. This wasn't an appropriate time to let her play the guessing game.
後頭部に傷があります。
There's a wound on the back of her head, huh?
せや。
Yeah, it looks like our killer whacked her good with that marble clock.
殴ったようですな。
Natsume gestured to a clock on the floor. The glass protecting the face was shattered, while the hands were stopped around 5. Was that the time of the murder?
死因は
Cause of death appears to have been a multiple organ failure via blood loss. The blows to her head likely only gave her a cerebral contusion, while the stabs to her abdomen were probably what did her in. Which meant the killer likely knocked her out first before turning to homicide. Drugs were found in Mayu Kamizona's system, right? What about Mizuki Itose? We didn't find no hide nor hair of drugs in that dame. If I were a gambler, I'd say she got stabbed the second she opened the door for her murderer. Damn. That made sense, seeing as how no other wounds had been found. If so, that meant the killer's MO differed for each victim, as far as the initial strike was concerned anyway. Is there any significance to that? Maybe, but it was too early to theorize at this point. Better check something else. Alright, let's have a look at your face then. Megari Takamiya appeared to have been knocked out by a blow to her head. Okay, I guess that's nothing new. Megari Takamiya's clothes were torn and exposed her abdomen, just like the previous 2 victims. I could tell our murderer was getting used to their handiwork. The tears in the clothes were terribly frayed, meaning they'd likely been ripped apart with a knife rather than scissors. Had they gotten in the way of eviscerating the abdomen, or did the killer do it precisely to show off the abdomen? Unfortunately, I highly doubted we'd be getting an answer to that question anytime soon. Okay, yeah, nothing new there. Megari Takamiya's stockings were drenched with blood. There ain't no signs that these were taken off. She was probably wearing them when her abdomen was done sliced open. Her stockings had been rolled down with her underwear. And yet, the killer had gone for the abdomen like always. Let's click on him again. No, not really anything else. Megari Takamiya's clothes. Oh yeah, okay, never mind that. Crouched in front of her body and studied the stitched incision in its abdomen. The MO here was exactly the same as the other 2 homicides. However, there were clearly fewer organs strewn about the floor this time. In other words, our murderer must have found a way to do their work without leaving as much of a mess. Vic was probably gutted on that floor over there. See the blood? Natsume pointed out a spot on the floor. If she was right, then that was likely where Megari Takamiya had been murdered. Specks of blood trailed from that spot to the closet, likely left when the body was dragged over. Furthermore, a blood-stained blanket sat atop a messy bed. Killer probably used it to wrap the body when they moved it. I'll open the body once you're done with your thing. Just give me a holler when you're ready.
Eh.
Got it. So, what else? I guess we could click at the closet or something. Clothes were hanging next to the body. And again, this was exactly where they were supposed to be. Not bodies. The sooner we get her down, the better. Oh yeah, we could check out the arms, maybe. Belts were suspending the corpse by its arms. Seems them belts were taken straight out of those shopping bags, seeing as how they've still got the price tags on them and all. The bags read Yokohama, so she was strung up with the objects procured on site. Just like the previous 2 victims, huh? But why is the murderer going through all the effort to suspend the bodies each time? Best guess was that it was some sort of illusion. The Jesus crucifixion, maybe? Or even if it were, I had no idea what that could signify. Okay. What about that? Megari Takamiya appeared to have been knocked out. Oh yeah, okay. I thought he was gonna say something about the blood lipstick, maybe. Meguri Takamiya, yeah, okay. Anything else here? Nope. Nope. I can't really see anything else, to be honest. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is, I think. Yeah, I think I will save this here. In case we are missing something with the investigation. Okay, so anyways, I'll end it here. The investigation. Guess that's about all I can do for now. I'm all set, Natsume. If you would. Sure thing. An officer untied the belt suspending the body, then lifted the corpse and set it atop a stretcher on the floor. Once ready, Natsume cut the thread with scissors. Vigorous. With that sigh, she pulled out the doll. Clay doll, right? Yep. A blood-soaked clay doll. It was nearly identical to the ones that had come before, naturally. That said, it did look somewhat smaller than the others. Yet another sign the killer was learning, adjusting the size to make them easier to fit in their victims. As great as it would be if we could learn more from that, nothing else stuck out just from looking at the thing. Please analyze the doll for fingerprints and try to trace the source of the soil. Yeah, got it. I'll send it to forensics like the last two. Yeah, it's probably not gonna yield any results, but whatever. Thank you. Okay, we're done here, boys. Take her away. The body was shrouded by a sheet and hauled off onto the stretcher. All that remained was the feeder of death and numerous forensics officers. The blessed congregation's emblem was nowhere to be found. Did that mean they really had nothing to do with this? Meguri Takamiya was from Toyama, so she likely hadn't been a part of a Tokyo cult. Then again, you never know. Do we know anything about the time of death? Looks like it's been over 12 hours. Yes. You saw that broken clock, yeah? The one stopped at 5, right? If you're going where I think you are with this, that means the crime would have been at 5 p.m., not a.m. That would have been impossible, sir. Yakinuma entered the room. Why is that? The victim was witnessed returning to this hotel with a man around 5:30 yesterday, meaning the clock hands were altered to conceal the actual time of the murder. What, man? A single photo was all we needed to ID him. Yaginuma smirked at me. Must be Masaki. Furthermore, the receptionist testified that he did not see the man leave, that the back door was found to have been unlocked. So what, he escaped through there after bumping off the Vic? Certainly the most promising angle, yes. Now, sir, your rebuttal if you have any? All this coming from the guy who just said he thinks Masaki's innocent. He was probably just trying to narrow the possibilities. At least that was what I chose to believe anyway. My sister was with a nitwit at my office from 6:30 to 7 that night, so I believe can prove his innocence by pinpointing the exact time of death. It takes a half an hour to get from Shinjuku to here, which means he would have left at 6 p.m. But what if he returned after stopping by your agency? If the murder occurred after 7:30, then yes, he's a plausible suspect. I had no choice but to admit that. Can't say nothing for sure until we got ourselves an estimated time of death, and we won't have that for a little longer. Good point. Do you know what sort of relationship the victim had with Tomoyuki Masaki? She came to my agency in hopes of finding someone, but I believe she and Masaki were in fact acquainted beforehand. If they were familiar with each other, then it's entirely possible that they shared the same hometown. That would be in Toyama Prefecture, West Tonami City, Hitogata Settlement. A name that means doll. Quite the amusing coincidence, wouldn't you agree? doll? Clay dolls found in the victim's abdomens immediately came to mind. No, hold up. I get what he's implying, but we don't know for sure those were dolls. That's just the assumption we made. Then again, maybe they would call them dolls even if they were supposed to be fetuses. Come to think of it, ain't Toyama famous for its clay dolls? Though they're totally different from the ones in the victims' bellies.
どう違うんですか
How so? Well, they're ceramic dolls that are supposed to be painted. It was completely different then. Still, maybe the region merited some scrutiny. Not to mention that settlement could indeed have been the nitwit's hometown.
柳沼あのバカの取り
Yeah,
調べを
Ginuma, is that nitwit going to be interrogated?
少なくと
But
も
of course,
生前
he
の被害
was
者
the
を
last
最後に
person
目
seen
撃
with
し
the
ている人
victim.
物でしょうか
And we have no other suspects.
犯人の目星がついていない
We
以
would
上
be remiss not
取り調べ
to.
はしますよ
Got it, just don't push him too hard, okay?
集めて自殺なんかされない
We
よう
don't want him
気をつけ
pulling another suicide attempt.
僕としてはそれでも構いませんよ
He can do it as far as I'm
犯人で
concerned.
あると結
It
論
will
付けら
allow
れ
me
ます
to
からね
conclude he was the culprit.
今までの三人中
Exhibiting
二
involvement
人ま
with
で
two
関わり
thirds
があ
of the
れば十分
victims does not paint a flattering portrait of him, after all. And then you'll have more innocent blood on your hands when another body pops up. Couldn't have said it better myself.
もちろん
I did not mean to insinuate we would be ceasing the investigation.
真犯人を逃が
We
して
would
は
be fools to
ただの
permit the
バカ
true
ですからね
culprit to escape justice.
先
After
輩は
all,
適当に
which is why I asked that you find something to prove the suspect's innocence, sir. I care not what it is. Well, we can put that away, I think, now. Actually, I doubt the body will be shown again right away.
そうさせて
I'll
もらう
do just that. Believe me, I still got a lot of digging into him left to do. That nitwit probably wouldn't spill anything unless I shoved whatever truth he was hiding right in his face. And in order to do that, I needed to figure out his real name. Doing so would possibly unveil his relationship with Meguri Takamiya and shed light on the reason why she and the others were murdered. Yaginuma was right. The fact that Masaki was connected to most of the victims made it hard to believe he had nothing to do with this case. I knew this whole thing was a detour, but it was all I could do, since we didn't have another suspect on our hands. I mean, I of course remember who did it, but I feel like at this point things are already coming together, right? Of course, I'm not gonna say it just yet, you'll find out eventually. I drove away from Ocha no Mizu. By the way, Ocha is tea and Mizu is water, so Ocha no Mizu is like tea water or something, I guess. I think so, at least that's correct. Yeah, it is a station though that I have been like, that I have kind of driven past a couple of times. So yeah. Anywho, before leaving, I'd asked Natsumi to get me some documents on Masaki. First was a copy of his family register and a certificate of residence from where he'd lived up until recently, Nogata Nakano. Also know that place. I also requested records on Tomoyuki Masaki's time in the military. It was likely a roster of his former unit at the first Demobilization Ministry, which had since been restructured as the Ministry of Health and Welfare 1st Demobilization Department by the USA Department of the Army. I'd have to uncover Tomoyuki Masaki's history to unmask this nitwit's true identity. Finally, I asked for the information regarding Naori Kuroya, though I could already tell looking into whether or not that was the nitwit's real name wouldn't be easy. Maybe asking around at his old haunts will turn up some leads. Would have been nice if I knew where he'd used to work, but it remained tight-lipped on the subject, unfortunately. I drove down Yasukuni Street until I neared my agency, passed under a train overpass, and got onto the Ome Highway. My destination was Kuchiki Hospital, for it was the only haunt of his that came to mind. I pulled into the parking lot and quickly found a spot. A 4-door Toyoped was parked right next to me. Where have I seen that thing before? Alright, it's Fumiya Kuchiki's car, isn't it? So I'm pretty sure that what I said earlier wasn't bullshit about Meguri. There is a scene like that, but I wonder what was required exactly to get there. Hard to say, really. But, you know, probably we would have had to go to a specific place at a specific time. But I think we did choose Meguri's conversation when on that one day when we had the option to meet her in town. But oh well. Where have I seen that thing before? Oh, right. It's from me. Yeah, never mind. We read that. He'd mentioned he'd bought one of those to get to work after succeeding his father's position, now that I thought about it. Though personally, I saw the other doctors had nicer cars than him, especially taking the former director's Mercedes and a certain criminal psychiatrist's Buick into account. Snap out of it, at AG, you're a detective, not a vehicle appraiser. At any rate, for me, being around meant I could just ask him and get this over with. Hopefully, anyway. The neat thing about this game is, like, the story is, like, yeah, they do actually put effort into little details like that. Like, the Tokyo Tower being built around that time and the 100 yen coin releasing and all that stuff. It really adds to the immersion, so, in hindsight, though, just because he was the director didn't mean he knew every last patient inside and out. In fact, it'd be crazier if he did. Maybe at Okushiki would be a better bet. Nah, on second thought, I doubt I'd get anything out of him. All he'd be good for was serving as an answer sheet regarding my series and Masaki's identity. In which case, it would be faster to just check with Masaki himself. Seriously, what the hell am I doing? I should be out there looking for the culprit. I entered the hospital and looked around for familiar faces. I doubt she can help him, though, a lot in that regard. That said, this was not the one I'd been hoping for. Unfortunately, she approached despite my wishes. What do you want? Oh, nothing really. Is Dr. Yamanouchi in? Who? You know, Doo-doo. Oh yeah, she is. Where? On your 6. So she heard him say Koharu-chan. I turned around. Doo-doo, Koharu was there, blushing for some reason. Oh, there you are, Dr. Yamanouchi. May I ask you something? Yeah, what is it? Boy, this is embarrassing. I'm not entirely comfortable doing it with others watching. Can we take this somewhere else? Is this a tryst? You're one letter off. Wait, how the hell do you spell something wrong aloud? Am I going crazy? Ah, forget it. Anyway, my business wasn't to be too big of a deal, so I decided to just get it over with right here and now. It's about Masaki. Does the name Naori Kuroya mean anything to you? Kuroya. Now that you mention it, that does ring some bells. Was he a patient here or something? I have no way of checking that at the moment. Sorry to say, still, I could swear I've heard the name before. Kuroya was my mother's maiden name. Fumiya suddenly cut in. Oh, a pleasure seeing you again, Fumiya. So your mother's maiden name was Kuroya, was it? Yeah, Kuroya. Does that match the name you have? It does, yeah. And have you heard of a Naori Kuroya? Why, yes, he's my cousin. That sure brings back memories, though I only met him when I visited Toyama prior to the war. Fumiya massaged his gloved right hand with his left, as if he cold or something. And you haven't seen him since? No, I've heard he's working as a doctor here in Tokyo, but unfortunately we've yet to cross paths. Doctor, are you sure about that? Yes, my father saw him in person after he started practicing. You see? Why? Is something the matter with him? Oh no, not at all. I decided to hold my tongue. Initially, I'd believed Tomoyuki Masaki could have been this Naori Kuroya, but apparently I was off the mark. There was no way in hell someone on the lam would have become a patient at this cousin's hospital. I sought back to Meguri Takamiya's request. While not impossible that she'd actually come looking for Naori Kuroya, it was more likely that Masaki had written in an acquaintance's name instead of his own on the form. One of the two who knew them. My God, I'm reading terribly right now. One whom the two of them knew. That way, they could both pretend she'd been looking for Naori Kuroya, so that they could openly say his name without contradicting one another. If you're looking for Naori, I'm sure Nanako could help you. She knows him well. Who's that? Nanako Sawashiro, a former nurse at the Kuroya clinic. Oh, that's where Naori lived. She had to move to Tokyo for her father, so she works here now. And where is she at the moment? You mean Nurse Sawashiro? She went home at 8 this morning. She'd been working since 8 last night on the night shift, you see. Did the Sawashiro ever take care of Masaki? No, she works in the pediatrics ward, so I doubt they would have seen each other. She also only works part-time. So the Nanako Sawashiro that Naori Kuroya knew never met with Tomoyuki Masaki. Meaning there was still a chance he and Naori Kuroya were the same person. Let me ask you something, Fumiya. Did this Mr. Kuroya used to live in Hitogata, Toyama? Why, yes, that's correct. Fumiya nodded. There it is. That meant Naori Kuroya and Meguri Takamiya hailed from the same village. I finally had my connection, but in that case, just who was Tomoyuki Masaki? It was all but certain he originated from Hitogata. But was he Naori Kuroya or someone else entirely? I'd like to talk with the Sawashiro if I may. When will she come in next? I think she'll be here again tomorrow. Tomorrow, huh? Guess I could use that as a last resort if I don't find any other leads. Oh, sorry, one last thing, Fumiya. Did you ever happen to encounter a Tomoyuki Masaki? He was a patient here. No, I'm afraid not. If he were a Naori, I would have recognized him immediately. Fair enough, figures. Well, so much for that. It went my big clincher in determining his identity. I suppose I'd just have to put my brain to work once I got my hands on his family register and all that. Thank you so much for your help. I'll stop by again tomorrow. Alright, I'll be sure to tell Nurse Sawashiro about you. Alright, things are developing here. Slowly but surely, right? Wait, I accidentally just skipped that. At this rate, it'd probably be dark by the time I got to Sakura Damon. I hopped into my car and drove off, hoping the documents would be waiting for me there. I found Natsume in the reek of sweat and smoke that was CID Section 1. Sure do know how to stand up a lady, Tokisaka. Sorry, I didn't realize you'd be here. When did you arrive? Came over right after finishing the autopsy. I've got some other stuff for you too. Could you start with the autopsy results? Sure can. I'll begin with the estimated time of death. It happened around 8 p.m. last night. Give or take half an hour's margin of error. Ooh, that's it's looking less than ideal for Masaki there. Although we of course know it wasn't him, but still. So 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Left just enough time for Masaki to have committed the crime. How long do you think it would have taken to set up the body the way we found it? Well, it looks like our murderer's getting the hang of shit. So about half an hour, give or take. Keep in mind, they didn't necessarily wait for the wick to kick the bucket before starting their work, though. In that case, it was a likely assumption that the 30-minute margin of error was spent murdering Meguri Takamiya and altering her body.
それと鑑識から
Forensics also reported signs that the big shower had been used. The killer probably used it to rinse off blood that gotten on them.
それだけでしょ
I take it that's the only trace of the murderer they found, otherwise you would have had more for me.
ご明察
Working that detective brain, I see. Yeah, apart from the blood, they found literally nothing of our killer. All we know is that they're a cautious neat freak. Natsumi counted down on her fingers. If the murderer had used the shower, it would have taken even longer for them to leave the room. Around 9 PM or so sounded like a safe bet. Naturally, that didn't clear Masaki of suspicion.
夏目さん他の預かり物を
Say, Natsumi, do you have everything I asked for?
はいな
Right here. These are the government papers you wanted. I unsealed an envelope Natsume handed me. Within was a family register and a certificate of residence from Nakano. Tomoyuki Masaki, Nogata, Nakano, Ichome. Move-in date April 1948. None of his prior addresses were listed. Same went for his family register. Nogata, Nakano, Ichome. That was what it listed as Tomoyuki Masaki's permanent address. Was the same as his present address. He must have had his family register remade after getting back from the war. That certainly explained why there were no records of his past. Which, needless to say, was a huge problem, considering the fact that was the biggest piece of the puzzle.
こっちは厚生省
And here's that unit roster you ordered from the MHW.
わざわざ
The
まさき
spot with Masaki's name has been tagged.
挟んでくれてますよ
見せてください
Thank you. I scanned the list Natsume handed me. Tomoyuki Masaki. According to the documents, he was a resident of Osa village, Shiesagata Nagano, and had died of illness while fighting in Luzon. Dead man, huh?
まあようある話ですわ
Stealing a dead soldier's name and living your life as them? Yeah, guys like that are a dime a dozen nowadays. That would explain a lot. But it was the nitwit, knowing Tomoyuki Masaki had died in the war, had acquired a new family register under his name after returning from the war, then moved to a city far from the countryside to avoid crossing paths with the real Masaki's friends and family. Certainly wasn't out of the question. After all, people like that weren't uncommon in this day and age, just like Natsume had said.
死んだと思われとってどっこい
Of course, there's always a chance that Tomoyuki Masaki faked his death to start a new life.
それも否定できませんが
Well, it's not impossible, I still think they're different people. Meguri Takamiya had come here looking for someone. And that someone had likely been the nitwit. Had she been looking for the real Tomoyuki Masaki, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to write Naori Kuroya's name on the form instead. Took another gander at the roster. If Naori Kuroya's name was in there, it would all but prove our resident nitwit's identity. It was with that idea in mind that I scanned the names and addresses. Most of these men had been from Nagano. The army had recruited soldiers by region and placed them in the same units, so a lot of them had lived in the same villages. That said, some had come from other regions. And one of them was a resident of Hitogata. But his name wasn't Naori Kuroya. No, it was. We already know it, but still. He knows now. Okay, the nitwit was dragged back to the interrogation room come daybreak. I watched all that go down from the peephole in the curtain next room over.
もう一度最初からおさらいしま
Take
し
it
ょ
from
う
the top one more time. Yaginuma looked over Masaki in his seat.
おとといの夕刻
Is
あの
it
ホテ
true
ル
that
を
you
訪
were
れ
at the hotel 2 nights prior? Yes.
時間を覚えていま
You
すか
recall the time?
5時半頃ホテルに
Arrived around 5:30 and left just before 6. The nitwit sounded totally impassive. Hardly a surprise considering he'd probably been through this line of questioning more times than he cared to count.
確かに5時半
You were indeed witnessed arriving at the hotel with the victim at 5:30 p.m. However, you were never seen exiting the building.
帰っ
それは
It's because I left through the back door.
なぜわざわざ
Why,
裏
pray
口から
tell, did you do that? Yaginuma turned up the heat. Nitwit didn't answer. Way to make it obvious you're hiding something. Keeping silent wasn't a crime in and of itself. If anything, it was a fundamental right. But he could have proven his innocence if he simply told the truth. But then why was he being so stubborn? Well, I'd formed several theories based on everything I'd learned over the last few days. All that remained was to unmask those truths one after another.
裏口から出た理由はこう考えられま
You
す
want to know what I think? I believe you departed through the back door in order to unlock
鍵
it,
を開けておい
so you
た
could sneak back into the hotel later.
そんなつもりはありません。
That wasn't what I had in mind at all. The Nitwit shook his head.
ともかく
Whatever your reasons, you temporarily returned to the detective agency you were lodging at in Shinjuku.
どこを通って
Please
何時
explain
頃
what
到
route you
着した
took
か
there and what time you arrived.
ホテルを出て、裏側から
I
水
left
道
the
橋
hotel and
まで
boarded the train at Suidobashi Station. It took me approximately half an hour to get from there to the agency.
そこで時坂ゆかり嬢
Once
と
there, you met with
会
Miss
話を
Yukari
した
Tokisaka and conversed
彼
with
女
her,
が帰ったのは
correct?
何時ですか
At what time did she leave?
7時前です。
Before 7. She said she was going to the Nico by the station. And do you acknowledge it would have been possible for you to return to Ochanamizu afterward?
そうですね。
I do, but I...
高宮めぐりを殺していないと
Let me guess, but I didn't kill Meguri Takamiya. Yes. The dumbass hung his head. He wasn't even trying to clear his name. If anything, he looked more guilty than ever before. So if there was something that he was still trying to hide, would have to be the reason he left out the back door. Though Yaginuma's suggestion that he did so, leave it unlocked for a later return, wasn't out of the question. It would come up with another I'd come up with another possibility. It's seen the real culprit. No, not necessarily the culprit. Maybe it's seen someone who knew his true identity in the lobby and thus fled out the back door to avoid being exposed. If that person had come to visit Meguri Takamiya, that would make them a mutual acquaintance. It was all but certain that by this point that she and this guy who'd stolen Tomoyuki Masaki's identity were from the same hometown. Therefore, whoever he'd seen had likely also been from the same place. Though that said, this was all still conjecture and with no solid proof backing it either. The longer this went on, the more evident it appeared that I'd have to reveal his true identity, seeing how he was the key to all of this. Meanwhile, Rokushiki had also clarified why he'd started going by an alias to begin with. Of course, this was Rokushiki we were talking about, so he might have been screwing with me. But considering how little he'd spoken, that one word held a lot of weight. I sure as hell hope the fact I believe him over something like that isn't proof that bastard's corrupting me though. It was with that thought in mind that I stepped away from the peephole and entered the interrogation room.
よ、バカ野郎。
Morning, dumbass.
時坂さん。
Tokisaka looked at me with bags under his eyes. Must have not gotten much sleep.
お前が隠してること
You
が
know, the
多すぎる
investigation
せい
wouldn't
で
be stalled right now if you didn't insist on keeping so many goddamn secrets, you stupid little shit.
自分は
I wasn't.
別に
Is he still playing dumb? Knowing him, though, he was probably already aware he didn't have me fooled. Looks like it'll be faster to just shove the facts straight into his face. Starting with his real name. I mean, it's clear now, right?
ひながみあやと
Hinagami Ayato. Nitwit gasped for a moment.
正木智之は南方戦争
Tomoyuki
に
Masaki
戦死した
died on the southern front during the
その
war.
部隊にいた
But that's
唯
not
一
what
の
the
人
matters
型
here.
集落出
What
身
does matter is that there was only a single resident of Hitogata in his unit. One Ayato Hinagami.
そういう人もいましたね
I suppose there was a guy by that name now that you mention it. Oh, you're so full of shit.
戦没者名簿というのは
Casualty lists
なかなか面倒
are a real pain in the ass, wouldn't you say? Most of them don't accurately reflect family registers.
大抵は遺族が
Generally, the
抹消する
family of the deceased has their name erased from the register. There are also instances where those without relatives aren't updated. Spread the roster across the desk.
もちろん
Of course, it is possible that they somehow made it back alive, but that's hard to believe in Tomoyuki Masaki's case.
なぜですか
And why is that exactly?
君は知
You
り
still want to play this game? Fine by me.
病死だ
He died of illness, that's why. Not sure if it was dysentery or malaria, but it wasn't the sort of thing he could have recovered from, at the very least. People like him were treated differently from those who'd gone MIA in battle and were consequently declared KIA. What's more, Meguri, Takamiya, and Ayato were from the same hometown. That, plus everything else we've gathered, means that you must be Ayato Hinagami. It literally couldn't be anyone else. Masaki, no. Ayato Hinagami said nothing. I knew I was going to have to reveal the trauma that haunted him. What he was so obsessed with keeping secret, to get him to spill his guts. Even though it would mean getting a little aggressive. Now, why would you have changed your name? It's quite simple, really. You lived by that alias for over a decade after the war, leading me to believe you're probably on the lam after committing a crime. Am I in the ballpark? He still didn't budge an inch. Well, shit, I was hoping I wouldn't have to say this in the middle of a police station, but he's not giving me much of a choice here. Dokushiki better not have been screwing with me. Masaki, no. Ayato Hinagami, crime that haunts you to this day is. I mean, yeah, we know that, so simplest conclusion is murder. You killed someone after returning to Japan, changed your name and decided to lay low in Tokyo. Sound about right? Do you have any proof? No, I'm just working off a theory I developed by speaking to your old psychiatrist. The guy may be one hell of a criminal, but he's got good at his job. Much as I hated to admit it. If I had to guess, I'd say you'd murdered someone in your hometown. And if this happened right after the war, you'd probably had nowhere else to go. Postulating much, sir? Can't make an arrest of a hunch. I'm not trying to get him arrested, I just want to know the truth. So am I right, Masaki, or rather, Ayato Hinagami? I've nothing to say. Maybe you'll change your tune once we start bringing in witnesses. People like Naori Kuroya, Nanako Sawashiro, oh, and Karen Hinagami too. You two have the same last name, huh? Did you look into all of that? If it's any consolation, I'm still shocked by all the coincidences that came together to make it happen. He sighed. Where do you want me to begin? Good question. Why don't we start with what you've been hiding? Though I won't force you to talk about anything you'd rather keep to yourself, naturally. I know I've only been around you for a week or so, but you're kind of an asshole, aren't you? Believe me, I'm aware. Wouldn't last a day as a detective if I wasn't. Doesn't sound like a job for me, then. Oh, I'd say you're plenty qualified. If you seriously got the balls to insinuate you're a nice guy, that is. Perhaps you're right. Very well, I'll talk. Honestly, I'm sick of tired of running too. Masaki, no. Ayato Hinagami looked to the ceiling, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Damn. What a bombshell to drop, huh? All of a sudden. I wonder, should we call it for today? Because, I mean, I feel like this is gonna probably take a little bit longer to actually get through this, so I feel like we can call it a day. We're ending on a little bit of a cliffhanger here, obviously, because he's about to reveal everything, but yeah, I feel like it could take a while, so yeah, let's just call it a day for today, and we'll continue with this tomorrow for sure. You know, it's a really gripping story, and I would like to just keep going, but at some point, you know, this is it's kind of an exhausting stream in a way because you have to keep reading like a madman. But yeah, we'll uncover everything there is about Ayato Hinagami and what he has done in the past. So yeah, tomorrow. And yeah, I guess all that's left to say is thank you very much for stopping by. Always appreciate the company of other people. And until next time, have a good one and take it easy. Bye bye.